reopen our session for our 6:30 council meeting. Report on closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session to discuss the two items on the agenda. One, a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation in one matter, and a conference with city staff regarding real property negotiations listed on the agenda. Staff had a discussion with council, and the council gave direction to staff, but no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Vega.
Here.
Councilmember Starbuck. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Mosby.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Dirk Starbuck.
Present.
Mayor, Councilmember Cordova.
Present.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. Please rise and join me in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Is Mr. Sobani here to lead us in our invocation? There we go.
O God, dispel all those elements which are the cause of discord, and prepare for us all those things which are the cause of unity and accord. O God, descend upon us heavenly fragrance and change this gathering into gathering of heaven. Grant to us every benefit and every food. Prepare for us the food of love. Give to us the food of knowledge. Bestow upon us the food of heavenly illumination.
I pledge allegiance to the And before we begin, just remember to turn off or mute your cell phones, pagers, and communication devices. If I could have representatives from the Leadership Lompoc Valley Class of 2019 meet me at the podium. So this is a proclamation for celebrating Lompoc Cares Week. Whereas Lompoc recognizes the important role that community organizations play in serving the needs of our city, and whereas Leadership Lompoc Valley is a group of local leaders who spearhead a yearly service project, and this year, the class of 2019 has identified a need across organizations in the community for additional volunteers, and whereas Lompoc has many diverse community organizations that work daily to care for our citizens, environment, and animals, and whereas money and material donations are always needed in the busyness of our world, today giving of one's time is the most precious resource of all. And whereas volunteers are at the heart of these valiant efforts, our children need mentors, our seniors need companionship, our pets need care, our community spaces need ongoing beautification. The needs are great, but so are the benefits in caring for our community. Whereas volunteers are at the heart of these valiant efforts, everyone has a role to play in making our community great by giving their time and talents, with the need for volunteers across the community organizations is ever present. And whereas all citizens of Lompoc are encouraged to identify how they can partner with community organizations on a regular basis to grow our efforts in caring for one another. Now, therefore, I, Janelle Osborne, Mayor of the City of Lompoc, California, do hereby proclaim the week of April 7th through the 13th, 2019, as Lompoc Cares Week, providing a call to action to give of one's time and talents to serve Lompoc. And I commit this observance to the people of Lompoc, California, today, the 19th of March. Feel free to share more.
Thank you so much, Mayor Osborne, and to the council for supporting this. By show of hands, how many of you are busy people? Okay, great. So we all are, but we know that there's a lot of love in Lompoc. There's a lot of need in Lompoc. Many of you already volunteer, and we and those organizations are so grateful to you. We're hopeful that putting a spotlight on Lompoc Cares Week during the week of April 7th through 13th will inspire people to do a little more. So you're probably already affiliated with organizations. We're just saying, step up, do a little more, join your PTO, help out the animals, help Meals on Wheels, find the organization of your choice, and if it doesn't exist, create it. That's what Leadership Lompoc Valley is here for, so let's all do a little more to make our community even better than it already is. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a few today. The first one is the State of the City report is going to be given on Thursday, April 4th at the Dewey Center. The mayor will be giving an overview of the last year. We hope you can attend. I believe that's, looking at the mayor, that's through the chamber. Is that who they would contact? Another event, the Empty Bowls Turn Hunger into Health event is this Wednesday, March 20th, also at the Dewey Center. For information on tickets, it's located at www.foodbanksbc.org. I'll be attending with some other people I know from the city. And my last one is I'm just looking towards council for an agreement to schedule a budget workshop Wednesday, April 17th at 6:30 here in the council chambers. So I just need to see if I can get approval or a nod to go ahead and schedule that and get the work and agenda set for that. Is that one person? Two? Anybody else? The April 17th, does that work? 6:30, is that? Okay.
That works for me.
Okay.
Anybody else?
All right, then we will do that. And that was the only other one that I needed.
What time are we going to be doing that?
6:30. So it'll be, the 16th is a regularly scheduled council meeting, but we're going to do all budget on the 17th. So the day after the 16th, we'll be back in here for a
Okay.
start at
So
6:30.
6:30, April 17th, here in the City Council chambers.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the consent calendar. All items listed on a consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted after one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless good cause is shown prior to council vote. Any items withdrawn from the consent calendar for separate discussion will be addressed immediately before the second oral communication near the end of the meeting. I will open the floor for public comment on the consent calendar for a maximum of 3 minutes. Seeing no one rise, we'll close public comment on the consent calendar. Do I have any requests, questions, or removals? Councilmember Vega.
I'll make a motion that we accept consent calendar.
Councilmember Mosby.
I just wanted one clarification and something read into the public about item number 5, and I would give a second on that if I could just get that read in by Mr. Halverson's here. Just on the our arena numbers and how we're doing on housing. Just if we could read in the bottom line so the public understands what we're filing and something that they think is of significant importance, and how we've been doing for the year 16, 17, and 18 with respect to our arena numbers.
I actually don't have an update as of right now, but I will read into the record based on a table that's in the general plan annual report. We don't have a lot of housing units under construction in Lompoc. They are trying to move forward on the Summit View Homes. It's now called Prisma Hills. That's 44 units. But just looking at this table, I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's the regional needs allocation progress. And we still have 400 of the 527 that we're allotted to. And the last 3 years, for example, 2018, we only built 3. We actually built 5, but then 2 were demoed. And then in 2017, there was 4 units built, and then in 2016, we actually had 0. I think the last major development in Lompoc from a housing standpoint would be Briar Creek. So I think that's essentially the information that you were needing. I don't have anything unless the building official wanted to discuss anything about how many units we have so far in
That's all I was reading. I just wanted that in for the record, the document we have here, and just a line I think is importance.
Okay.
With that, I'd give a second.
Okay.
And Mayor,
City Attorney, yes.
excuse me, sorry. Before we vote on this item, I need to vote for the, state for the record that Councilmember Mosby has a conflict of interest due to property that he owns near properties on item number 2. So because it's on the consent calendar, he does not need to leave the room and he can vote as long as it's stated on the record that he's recusing himself from that item.
Councilmember Mosby, you are recusing yourself from item 2?
It has been stated.
Awesome. All right, so it has been moved, seconded, and the recusal stated. Any other discussion? Let's vote. And that is 5-0. Passes. Now we will have a staff presentation regarding the police department staff and the current partnerships the city has with private businesses for use of video recordings.
Good evening. So Councilmember Mosby had requested that the Lompoc Police Department partner with businesses within the community to establish a program where the businesses could register their surveillance systems with the city of Lompoc. This is going to be open to not only to the businesses, but also to the residents. What it will do is it will allow the businesses and residents within the city of Lompoc on a voluntary basis to register their surveillance systems so that when the police department, when a crime occurs, it'll be a quicker find for us. We normally go out and check surrounding areas for video surveillance, and this will allow us to be able to go to a location, check quickly to see what video surveillance systems are already in place, and contact those people and ask them if we could view their video surveillance. So we do it now. This will just be a more formalized system where people will actually give us their name, their address, and where their surveillance systems are located.
Councilmember Vega.
Captain Clement, is there any recommended surveillance equipment out there, or is that something outside of your realm? Something that you guys can actually, as far as resolution and everything, or do we stay out of that?
We stay out of that.
Okay. I know there's still some VHS and some dummy cameras out there. They don't record very well.
Councilmember Mosby.
Santa Maria and San Luis have enacted something similar, is that correct?
San Luis did it probably about a month ago, and Santa Maria just did a press release on theirs last week. So yes.
Is it working for them over there? Have you heard
Yes,
anything?
I mean, we've been doing it, but just not on a formalized basis where people are registering their cameras. There are a couple of businesses that, through the ordinance, they have to let us know where their surveillance cameras are, but this is going to allow any resident and any business to actually register their cameras.
I know in the Santa Maria component, I believe they had be able to access themselves on a computer screen so they can go rapidly to find out where's what to make it quicker.
Right. Now, if somebody has an actual IP address and they want to provide the police department with that, and then we can go to a live feed, they can also register that.
Okay, so multiple ways to do that, so.
Right.
I appreciate you coming back with that. I know the public was wondering one of the things we were doing. I know this is an item that you have been doing, but you're asking for those people who are concerned, there's ways to enhance this?
Exactly.
And there was an article in the Lompoc Record recently that said it's helping out tremendously, and a few cameras in residential area can help out a lot, is what they were saying.
Right. Any surveillance camera that we can get, and we normally go out and check, this will just cut our time looking down. Even we're still going to check areas, but it will cut the amount of time that we're spending looking for cameras, remote cameras.
Right.
All right?
Well, thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Starbuck.
How do you register?
You'll go to the Lompoc Police Department, or we'll have a form available on the website, and it's just completing your name, your address, the locations of your cameras. If you want to register an IP address, you can do that. And then what we'll do is we will then map them out they'll be available to officers to find out if there are cameras. So we'll keep a log of where the cameras are.
Any additional questions? Thank you for presenting that. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Please no clapping regarding issues like this. We know that it's exciting, but refrain from that. We now have oral communications regarding city matters for 3 minutes maximum. If there's an issue regarding an agenda item, it's preferable to wait for that agenda item, but please come forward on public comments.
Deb Andrews, Mission Hills. Video can be very informative, very helpful. I've learned a lot coming to city council meetings and listening to the public at the microphone. I ask that you return the city council video archives to the easily accessed format in place prior to our new leadership. The video archives now are buried off-site and makes it very difficult to find specific meetings. They can be very helpful, and I know a lot of citizens can't come to the meetings or can't watch it live, so if you would resurrect that, it'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members and staff, I addressed you before the closed session, but I wanted to discuss again the information and let the public know. My name is Sue Copeland, and I am a 30-year resident of Lompoc Valley. I am soon to retire from 24 years of teaching in our town, and I've been and continue to be a volunteer for numerous organizations. Tonight I am here because I was shocked to see on the agenda that there was a closed session to negotiate price and terms for the 82 acres, including Ken Adams Park, between the city and Pale Blue Dot LLC, a company introduced at the last meeting with a basic presentation and no proof of funding. In fact, they said that they will be utilizing the next 3 months to locate seed capital for the start of their process. To my knowledge, there is no current RFQ, and in fact, I confirmed that with our city manager for that property. And I don't understand how the city can skip ahead and discuss price and terms with one entity without opening up the bid process or the RFQ. The last RFQ, request for qualification, that involved that land resulted in an ENA with California Space Center envisioned by Eva Blaisdell in 2015. As most of you are aware, the termination of that ENA, or should I say the issuing of the notice of default by the city behind closed doors in a closed session, was found to be in violation of the Brown Act. Unfortunately, the city never acknowledged or made amends to the California Space Center regarding that violation. In fact, the CSC was treated poorly throughout. When Ms. Blaisdell brought her business partners to the city, refused to meet with them. Early in September of 2015, I invited the mayor, the city council, to visit Lompoc High School and the Cash Academy and Stars Academy, where we had a day of innovation with Ms. Blaisdell. Not only did no one attend, but I received a disturbing call the day before from the assistant city manager saying, to quote, "You know it's not a done deal, don't you?" Well, 2 weeks later, the city, in a closed session, determined to issue the notice of default, saying that the correct submission or complete submission of the answers was not received. Now, the city had had that paperwork for 6 weeks and never, ever contacted Ms. Blaisdell regarding any problems with them. But in closed session, they issued the default. When it was terminated, one of the items of contention was about financing. They would not accept a letter of funding for $150 million. May I have one more minute?
No, please wrap it up. Thank you.
They would not accept a $150 million letter from an international venture firm that Eva Blaisdell, not Steve Franks, secured. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andrea Wogsland. I live across the street from Ryan Park, and my son, sleeping here, goes to Miguelito Elementary. And on March 4th, there was a really unfortunate incident a block from my home at the Ocean Avenue Apartments. And so it happened in the early evening. It was a shooting, and we lost an innocent bystander, someone that attends Lompoc High School. And it's just, I'm here because I wanted to speak on behalf of some of the other parents at Miguelito Elementary. This happened, less than a mile from Miguelito Elementary. It happened a block away from the middle school. And it's just really disheartening that the Bond Act didn't pass to encourage safety measures in the school. I do really want to commend the council, though, for improving the park across the street, Ryan Park, repaving the parking lot and improving the grounds, the grass and the gophers. So I really do appreciate that. Those small things really do add up. You guys are doing a great job of maintaining that park and making sure that it's safe. So we really enjoy that. But I also, I'm not exactly sure the best way to kind of overall make an improvement. So I've just decided to do an internship program with the local high schools. I have 2 interns. I work out the Wild Horse Sanctuary on Halama Road. And I'm hoping that the council will really be thoughtful around creating some new opportunities for people in the community to gain meaningful employment and exposure to new opportunities, and also in building with Lompoc Cares, to really advance volunteerism, because it is really very important and can enrich a lot of the nonprofit organizations that are in the community. So again, I just want to say thank you, and hopefully there will be some movement related to these items, hopefully on the actual agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's San Juanita Silva, and fortunately, my son got shot the 22nd of January, also broad daylight. He made it, thank you, Jesus. But I appreciate that she said that they're doing this camera thing, which I've been asking for, and I do appreciate that. And there's also, I'm so nervous. I'm just, I just want progress, like for the community to come together, because that's what's been happening. I mean, I've been talking to a lot of because I live right in the middle of everything that's happening around there. And, I just want it to be fair. Maybe hire some of the police department from the sheriff's department down here, because the other day they came down and they did a really good job, and I was impressed with that. And also, what was I? My train of thought just left me. I was talking about also not raising the taxes, because then we're going to all be out in the street too. Because I'm on disability and I live for day, and I barely even make ends meet, but I'm making it because through the grace of God. But that was my main thing, is keeping the streets safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jay Salzberg. I arrived in Lompoc as a resident last May. I immediately started working on as a volunteer on the Lompoc Theater. Over several months, I basically cleaned the leftovers from the pigeons out of the building. It took several months of work. I'm here to ask if we can do something, about the pigeons. Walking here, there were 50 of them flying around the theater as we speak. And I don't know if you've been to Walmart. The whole building is painted with pigeon poop. So the surrounding cities have pigeon control programs. What that does is it makes them come here. So this is why we have hundreds and hundreds of pigeons in town, because the other cities control theirs. I just wish there was a way we could do something about them. There's a humane way to do it. I'm not talking about killing them. There's a way to control them using sterilization. When it causes the population to crash after about 2 years, and what they do is they go back into the country because they're here because there's so many of them and there's so much for them to eat. But what they eat is garbage. So if you were to do an autopsy on just a random selection of the pigeons out there, they would all have intestinal infections. So they're all basically sick because there's so many of them, so they have to eat garbage. So that in turn leads to possible diseases that can be transferred to people and pets. So I'm just asking, I've written a few emails and been back and forth with the people at the state, and the state doesn't have any controls over feral pigeons. They're considered pets without owners. So that's my spiel.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Wynn Smith. I'm a 35-year resident of this city. Probably like most residents, I don't come to many of these meetings. I've spent most of my time trying to earn a living and raise my family. I trust that people I elect to office are going to study the issues and vote in the best interests of the city. But lately, based on what I've read about the actions and comments that have been made by the city, I'm concerned particularly about the future of public safety in this town. Comments like, you want to be silent about setting goal of adhering to staffing levels that are requested by the police department because it could lead to a police state, and we don't need to take ourselves down that track. I guess I really don't know how many officers the police department's requesting, but based on the online survey that you put out, they have about 3 or 4 positions that have been left vacant for salary savings. I certainly don't believe that funding those positions is going to turn this city into a police state. In fact, it might allow for more than the 3 officers that often are the only ones we have on patrol at any particular time, or maybe targeted patrols of high gang areas or high crime areas, but certainly not a police state. There was also a comment that you did approve $2 million in salary raises, much of it for police and fire personnel, and that's kind of why you're in the position that you're in now. I don't think it's fair to blame employees for the predicament that you're in. You made the decisions. I also think that approving that raise to make salaries a little more competitive with some of the other cities that surround us has actually put you in a better position than you would have been, because who knows how many people would have left to go to those other cities to work that stayed on because they did get a raise. Maybe they saw a little glimmer of hope. The police department here already has a reputation of being a training ground for Santa Maria Police Department, and I don't think we need to continue that. Better pay and benefits is one of the reasons why people are leaving. So, yes, you did spend $2 million on a raise. I think that was money well spent. I have a granddaughter that we're trying to raise in this city. She loves to go to the library, the parks, the pool, other recreational activities here, and I think funding those activities is great, but we're not going to go to the parks when there's murders there. We're not going to go there when there's stabbings there. Unfortunately, I've had to call the police. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Osborne, council members, and city staff. I am Christine Bates, Community Liaison and General Manager of SoCal's Choice, one of the 15 cannabis business applications that are still pending. On November 26, 2018, The council addressed the issue of providing a letter of authorization so that the current pending applications could receive the state temporary license before the sunset clause on December 31st, 2018. In the staff report prepared for this agenda item, paragraph number 4 under background states, most of the applications currently pending with the city will not receive a local license in time to apply for a temporary state license prior to December 1st, 2018. Therefore, assuming those applicants receive their local license in the first few months of 2019, they will need to apply for the regular state license and likely will not begin operating until sometime in 2020. Whereas, if they could apply to the state for a temporary license prior to December 1st, 2018, they could then potentially be operating in the first or second quarter of 2019. From that paragraph in the staff report, it appears that the city was planning on getting through a portion of the then pending 20 applications in the first 3 months of 2019, so that those businesses could be open in first quarter or second quarter 2019. As far as I know, there have been no additional applications approved in January, February, or March of 2019. And of the 11 who did receive approval back by December 18th, only one retail location has opened. 11 applications total approved in 12 and a half months. It was suggested that as time went on and city staff and the consultants had a better understanding of the process, the time from application to approval might decrease, especially for similar types of canna businesses. However, that's not happened, and actually the time has doubled and almost tripled. I understand you guys have been focusing on the budget and updating the municipal code, as well as goal setting, and are all understaffed. However, if you'd like to be seen as business friendly, maybe helping businesses open might be a good start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sabrina, and I'm currently a student at Lompoc High School. Being a young person here, I do not view Lompoc as a place with a promising future for me. It is plagued with violence, gangs, and drugs. As we all know, a peer of mine was recently killed due to gang-related violence. Personally, I did not know her, and I'm guessing some of you do not either. But what I do know is that I have firsthand seen and witnessed the impact of her death. I have classes with her friends who are grieving her death. In addition, drugs and addiction have personally affected me in my life, and I have felt pain from losing my biological parents due to addiction. We're here discussing cutting the budget of firemen and police. My question is, how would this benefit our city, community, and other young people like myself? We know money alone does not fix things, specifically the things I talked about, but I do want to see the investment of this budget into resources for these departments and partnerships with the community. We need quality, and we are currently needing quantity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Osborne, members of the City Council, city staff. My name is D.A. Taylor. That's initial D, initial A, Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R. My comment this evening is that it seems that we have a huge disconnect between what the City Council is saying, what the police department is saying, and what the public is saying regarding city safety. I know Councilman Mosby, you've expressed concerns about creating a police state in town. And you've also been very generous in your time and your discussions with me in that you feel that the police department is adequately staffed and adequately funded. Yet last night on television, the police department was interviewed and they were saying exactly that's not true. From the public's perception, as a citizen of Lompoc, I've lived here almost my entire adult life. I've grown up in the Lompoc Valley. Police protection is terrible. And this is not meant as any disrespect to the Lompoc PD, because I know they're working with very limited resources, but the public perception is, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, Lompoc PD sucks. They aren't able to respond to calls. They aren't taking care of problems. And so I think that there's a big disconnect here between what the council is saying, what the public is saying, and what the police are saying. And I think that this needs to be rectified, because when we have one side saying we're completely adequately funding our police department, the police department is saying, no, we're not. And the citizens are going, hey, wait a second, I can't walk my dog at Ryan Park because I might get shot or get stabbed. I can't go to the 7-Eleven because a young child was murdered there. This is untenable. And I think that ultimately, this has to come down to a budgetary priority of making public safety the #1 goal in this town, as I've said in other meetings, before we do anything else. Thank you very much for your time and listening.
Thank you.
City Council, citizens, my name is Jeremy Ball. I am a local citizen. I live very close to Walnut and L and M. My heart goes out to a couple people who spoke tonight. The lady whose son was shot and survived, that was a block and a half from our house. The girl who unfortunately passed away, direct opposite direction, was also a block and a half from our house. I think it's completely disingenuous to say that we're properly staffed at the police department. If we don't have the ability to respond and be proactive, it wasn't that long ago that I remember us having a narcotics department or staffing there, drug enforcement. It seems those things have gone away. So again, if those were good 4 or 5 years ago, and now that we don't have them, I'm confused as to how we're adequately staffed. Still blows my mind. My heart goes out to anyone that has to suffer as a result of a situation as it is. I've got 72 things to talk about in a minute and 50 seconds. I printed out real quickly, and I know this is a hot button topic for a lot of people, but how do we address the situation of revenue? I know we hear it from many people, we should run the city like a business. Well, there's two ways to run a business. I actually own one. One is to run it out of business, and that's easy. That's easy. You cut services, you just make it go away, and that's one way to do it. Sometimes you cut things so that you can try to rescue something. That's totally fair. Or to keep it from going into bankruptcy. Totally makes sense. Another way to make a business work and be successful is to focus on profitability. That's business. That's how we pay our bills. So we might consider, how do we talk about revenue? It shouldn't be that complicated. So one of the things, and this is not a silver bullet that's going to fix everything. This isn't like a Band-Aid that'll make it all work. But I'm looking at Morro Bay, Atascadero, Paso Robles, King City, Ventura, Grover Beach, and this really wealthy community of Guadalupe. They figured out how to create a 1/4-cent sales tax to try to create some change in their community. They have poverty there. They have hardly anyone there has bachelor's degrees. Hardly anyone there has a bright future because of economics as it stands. But the city still figured out how to strengthen themselves and look at revenue. It should not be that complicated. Yes, we need the city staff to be on top of things. We need things to open tomorrow. We need all hands on deck. We need to take care of our parks and all of those things. But if we are not focused on revenue somehow, some way, as part of the conversation of how to affect change in our budget, then all of these things that we're talking about are probably not going to get better. And for me to hear that a young lady in our audience here doesn't feel that Lompoc is a place where she can fulfill her hopes and dreams, I hope that gives us all pause to make some really hard choices on what we need in Lompoc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dave Casper. I'm a Lompoc resident and CEO of a small business here in town called Denmat. We're a dental materials and equipment manufacturer. We're headquartered here in Lompoc. We also have additional offices in London and Antisero, which is a small town just outside of Salerno, Italy. We employ nearly 400 people around the world. Just under 300 of them are here in Lompoc. 164 of my employees actually reside and vote here in Lompoc. In 2018, I spent $614,000 at local restaurants and with service providers, including nearly 400 room nights at local hotels. Lompoc is a geographically isolated town. You really have to want to come here. And as such, our economic survival depends on bringing new businesses to this town who can and will invest in the local community, which then encourages and requires an educated workforce and their families to move here, just as I did about a year and a half ago. When I arrived here, I was surprised that none of my management team that I inherited actually lived here in Lompoc. When I started asking why, frankly, the feedback was not good. Crime, homeless people, and general apathy were common topics of conversation. I knew we were going to be in growth mode, so to set an example, I decided to move and buy a house here in Lompoc. How could I expect to attract top talent to my company and to this area if I wasn't personally committed on being here? In the past year or so, I have hired 7 additional management team members, including 2 C-level executives. In 2018, we hired 32 people net, additional people net, in Lompoc for new positions to handle our growth. And so far this year, as of last Friday, we have added 22 new full-time positions at Denmat. In my company, we have acquired 5 businesses since moving to Lompoc. 4 of these companies have been relocated to our facility on West Central Avenue. And with the passing of the Aviation in Cordoba initiative, thank you, I will now enact the plans to move the 5th company here to Lompoc. I'm also in late-stage negotiations to acquire a Houston-based business that will bring 19 additional jobs here in the June-July timeframe. Safety and security is more than a feeling that my employees and our residents need to have. They actually need to see the results. A city known for being safe and inviting has unlimited potential to attract a wide variety of businesses who then in turn attract a type of family who are not coming for low-income housing and free services, but rather an opportunity to grow, advance, and invest. My company has a strong relationship with the Lompoc Police Department from the very beginning. Fortunately, I have yet to need to ask help from the fire department. Let's hope that that stays that way. Further cutting of the operational budget for these 2 departments is acknowledging that Lompoc's future is the same as its past. Their budget is not an expense, but a short-term investment in what Lompoc deserves to be, a thriving and growing community with limitless growth potential. I urge you to seek budget relief elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no clapping.
I am honored to address you tonight, Mayor and Council. Like many others, I believe public safety is of utmost importance. Chief Mariani, if you're here tonight, I want to thank you for taking on the overwhelming tasks and challenges you are facing. But more than that, for people just like you who respond, we need more like you, like those who are currently serving our city, our responders, our firemen and women, our policemen and women who risk their life each day for our safety. I thank you. By bringing these cuts and freezing positions, you say that they are not needed, but I pray that you will never have to make a 911 call. I can tell you firsthand of a time I had a personal need that I called upon the fine men and women who responded to my crisis, our Lompoc police. They were there for me. I am truly grateful for their response and assistance. I couldn't imagine that happening to another woman and they not getting a response in a timely manner or at all. I've seen crime outside my window. I've heard ongoing sirens race to a need. I've heard close and distance fire shots or gunshots. I've seen frequent Lompoc record come up on my phone, and more times than not, it is of a crime or a need of an emergency, including the recent crime of the young teenager who was killed. I have a daughter that same age, and I could not imagine their pain. To be safe in our city, we need more firemen and police, not less. If not attacks, then what? What is the plan? I ask you, please, do whatever you can, whatever it takes for our police and fire to be there for us by being there for them. They deserve better. They and the city we call Lompoc deserves our best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jane DeWeese, and I'm a 31-year resident of Lompoc. My husband was mayor quite a few years ago, as you may remember, and he encountered many of the same problems that you are facing right now. And one thing I remember him saying when they were looking for businesses to come into the area is that one of the most important things these businesses were looking for was the safety and welfare and health of their people. They wanted an environment for their people where, when they brought them in, as the gentleman earlier said, they felt safe in that community, their health was taken care of in that community, their safety was of utmost concern in that community. So again, it concerns me that we are thinking of not hiring additional police officers, cutting back police officers, losing people in our firefighting units, the rescue cars that are so important. I hear them all day long. All day long. I hear them going to emergencies to help people. And it's so important that we have these things. You talk about bringing new businesses in, but if a business comes in and said, this is not a safe community, this is not a community that is concerned about the health and welfare of my employees, I'm not going there. And the people will not want to live in a place where they don't feel safe. This is the first time in 31 years that I do not feel safe in this community, in this day and in this time. I was a teacher for 31 years, and I know that the instant I turned my back or stepped outside of the classroom, somebody was going to get in trouble. And it's the same way with us as adults. When we do not have police who have eyes on our city, we have people who get in trouble. So we need eyes on our city. We need eyes in our community. And when people do have problems, like the previous speaker, we need our firefighters there because they are the first line medical care. We often have ambulances have to come from Buellton and from Santa Ynez. That's a 20 to 30-minute drive if the one available ambulance in Lompoc is not available. So they are so important to our community. They are the foundation of our community. The other thing is our library. Oh, I love our library. Our library, I volunteer there once a week, and I never knew. This is just part of the calendar of the library. Teens talk about not having anything to do. You ought to see all of the things that the library does. I go there in the afternoon. It is filled with young people. It's filled with adults using the computers, kids on the computers. And as far as the tax goes, we need this tax. We're adults. We can vote for what we need and what we want. I figured that if there was a 1-cent tax and I spent $500 a month on taxable items, my total tax bill would be $5 for that month. It would be $60 for a year. So please, we need our police, we need our fire, we need our library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Opportunity knocks only one time, and that opportunity has been knocking on Lompoc's door for quite a while, and we haven't taken heed to that opportunity. And so I ask you, why do people join gangs? Why do we have these problems? Is it because there's a lack of opportunity, or is it because we don't have enough police officers? I think that this city has abandoned its youth. They've forgotten about it. It's only remembered when tragedies happen that the youth are talked about. And I think that's a sad situation. Opportunity knocks once. I'm going to talk about cannabis. I'm going to talk about taxes, and I'm going to talk about public safety. The people have passed taxes in this town already. 76% of the voters passed a cannabis tax. So I ask this, you the people, the employees, the city manager, the chief executive officer of the city of Lompoc, what are you doing in relation to cannabis and the revenue that can be generated from cannabis? Are your employees...
Mr. Garcia, you need to address council. You're here to address council, not staff.
Mayor, with all due respect, this is the people's microphone. This man
Absolutely.
works for the city, and I can address him if I want.
I need you to address council. You are here. City Attorney,
Very
would
well,
you please
very well.
remind the public that you're here to address council?
Mayor,
not the
I
public.
believe that the city manager needs to get a wrap on things here in City Hall. Revenue is being stolen from the people. Theft is happening as a result of city employees not doing their job in a timely manner. People are spending thousands of dollars here in the city of Lompoc. The lady who came up and spoke earlier, she has over $500,000 invested in the city of Lompoc. If she doesn't open her doors by June, she has to pull out of the city. She has to sell her business, her livelihood, her income, her credit. All of that is in effect for her by the inability of city staff to move things promptly. The city has already received over $338,000 minimum. So I ask, you want to talk about taxes? You want to talk about adding more funds? What are you doing to increase our funds? You're not even doing your job. I'll do it as I want. This is my public comment period. The Rougets back there have been trying to pass taxes for years. We've successfully done it. Now collect them.
Hi, my name is Ron Fink. I live in the city of Lompoc, and I'll try not to yell at you.
Please, no comments.
During a recent budget workshop, some very misleading information was provided by a councilman to explain his position to a temporary sales tax increase. First, he said it would cost $250,000 to place the measure on the ballot, but the cannabis tax that was just spoken of only costs $20,000 to place on the budget. That's a big difference. City manager currently estimates that the cost of a special election would be $150,000, and by spending this money now, you would save approximately $2 million in reserve funds if the measure passed. That's a risk worth taking, a good return on your money. Secondly, the councilman said that he opposed the tax because it would cost the average family $500 a year. In order to generate that kind of tax, you would have to spend $50,000 of disposable income in the city limits of Lompoc. Ain't gonna happen. He exaggerated the cost in search of another soundbite. And tonight we hear from the staff, or you will hear from the staff report, that the annual cost average per household would be $123 or $10.22 a month or 34 cents a day if you spent all of your disposable income on the tax measure. Now, 34 cents, what can you buy for 34 cents? Not much. You spend more than that on a cup of coffee every day. For a so-called leader of the community to purposely mislead the public in these meetings and elsewhere is irresponsible. Then he tried to sell the idea that public safety included library, parks, and everything else the city does. These things are important too, but when the public thinks about public safety, they think about police officers, firefighters, and medics. That's public safety to me. Gentlemen of the council, you have an impending fiscal disaster on your hands. You can either stick your heads in the sand and hope it'll go away, or take the responsible action of placing a temporary sales tax measure on the upcoming ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kathy Howard. I wish I could have said it as well as Mr. Fink did. Money, money, money. The city needs money. A sales tax is about the only way right now that we can generate that. And I'm going to say we need that because the city is looking pretty shabby. You know, everyone has talked about public safety, and that indeed is a huge deal. But along with that, generating business, et cetera, when you come in on Ocean, H, and go into the communities, The roads are awful. If you want to go shopping in any of the shopping centers, the homeless are there with their bags, their bikes, their shopping carts. All of that needs to be dealt with. And you need to be multitasking, not only with public safety, getting business in, but making the city much better and appealing. Thank you.
Thank you. I will remind the public that agenda item number 8 is the budget, so you may wait and speak at that time as well, unless you absolutely need to speak now.
Well, I'm halfway here, so I might as well say my piece. I won't yell at you, but I do think it's time to bite the bullet and give the people a chance to vote on this. I know it's on item number 8, and you're charged with looking at the budget with the 1% sales tax increase. And I think you really need to look at it. We're senior citizens, we're on fixed income. We don't have that much money, but I think it'll be minimal. But if you'll just give the people a chance to express themselves for this public safety issue. I too am very in favor of the public safety people, the policemen. They were by my house today. I don't know what we did wrong, but they were there. I'll find out later. But we're not just tax and spend people. I don't know if that was a misinterpretation or not. But I do think you need to do it. And I know some of you, your egos are involved, or you hate to admit that you know, or that you're looking at it. At least look at it with objectivity and see what we really need and what these people are saying. I mean, everyone's gotten up and said they want to feel safe. They want the police and fire departments to be fully staffed so we can feel safe. And we've talked this over and over again. It seems like we've been up here doing this, I believe it's about for 3 years now on the tax. So if you'll just give the people a chance to express themselves and vote on this issue, to tax ourselves, because we want to feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close oral communications and move to the next agenda item, which is appointments. The item was council appointments to Human Service Commission and Public Safety Commission. Unfortunately, the Human Service Commission appointment will not be made tonight, so we will have the Public Safety Commission appointment. The applicant is one, Ed Braxton. There are 2 positions available. There is the appointment for Councilmember Cordova, which ends in 12/20, and there is the appointment for Councilmember Starbuck ending in 12/22. And just for clarification, in case the applicant is unaware, currently sitting on the Economic Development Committee, will resign if appointed to Public Safety. Okay, clarity is there. I will open the floor to Councilmember Cordova.
I would like to nominate Mr. Edward Braxton as my appointee for commission to the Public Safety Commission.
I'll second. Will second. Any discussion? Let's vote. Congratulations, Mr. Braxton, and the city clerk will look for your resignation from Economic Development. Thank you. New business, item number 8, fiscal years 2018-19 mid-year budget update and request for council discussion and direction on development of the fiscal year 2019-21 biennial budget. Management Service Director Dean Albro will be making the presentation.
I'd first like to say thank you for everybody coming out and being a part of this workshop. And I know it's important and it affects everybody. Today I was going to talk a little bit about the overall economy, because it does affect us here in Lompoc and how we craft our budget. I'm going to talk again about the 2018 actuals, 2019 estimates, and then we'll talk a little bit about the 1921 budget preparation. Overall, you know, there's some positives in the economy. Unemployment's doing really well. The housing market's recovering. Debt is pretty safe. We still have interest rates that are pretty relatively low, keeping inflation constraints there. With GDP, looking pretty good. Wages are relatively going up in the overall economy. We do have some challenges, like we have here with retirement obligations. We also have an issue with skilled labor leaving our workforce, with a lot of baby boomers still yet to retire. Seeing little oddities, if you will, in the stock market and equity markets, and it makes me a little bit nervous when I see that. And year over year, I think we're just about flatlined. We're definitely seeing a shortage of houses, especially in California and definitely here in Lompoc. A little thing I want to talk a little bit too is about what the Fed activity is doing, tightening the monetary policies and flattening out the yield curve. About a year ago, I talked about the Taylor rule and how this is a formula that was developed by a professor at Stanford, and what it was really, it's a measure of how fast the economy is going. It's GDP, inflation, unemployment. And the reason why I like this one is because the feds, I know, look at this very closely. If you look at the gap that happened during the housing bubble, and also you see what's happening now and how the Fed is taking the stance, and they have for a while now, that they're going to increase rates. Well, sometimes it has an effect on other things, and one of the things, if you look at this is called the yield curve, where you look at the 10 to 2 year and the differential. Usually you'll see a bigger differential, about 1.5 to 2% between the two. Right now we're seeing about 16 basis points, so not even almost a tenth of a percent, a little over a tenth of a percent. So, but you can look and see what happens when that yield curve inverts. It actually it's like putting the brakes on an economy, and the Feds have been putting the brakes, I think, a little too hard. And they can actually push us right into a recession. And to me, I don't see anything that's going to trigger a recession probably in the next 24 months, with the quantitative easing of the Fed's taking bonds off of their balance sheet. But in about 2 years, I'm going to get pretty nervous if this doesn't start to come up. And sometimes when the Feds put the brakes on, it takes a while for this to come and rebound back up. So hopefully we won't have a recession, but it definitely makes me think a little differently when we start crafting our budget. I think another thing, when you think at Lompoc and the cost to live here, the housing is just going up, and they're predicting it's going to keep going up for a while, definitely because of the shortage. And definitely when we see the rents going up, if you go back to 2012 to now, it's almost $350 a month for the average household. That's a lot of money coming out of the economy, almost $65 million.
Dean, real quick. That 65 million, most of it is absentee owners, and so the rent money actually goes out of the city. It doesn't stay within the city.
I know I've talked about the results from 2018, but we started with a deficit of 114. If you take out one-time anomalies, we ended up being about 430 off on our variance there, which totaled out to be a $545,000 deficit. If we look at the 19 numbers, we actually have some pretty good revenue numbers. Our property tax is in line. Our sales tax was a little bit flat for the first 2 quarters. Hopefully they'll rebound in the second half of the year. Our TOT actually did really well. We actually saw almost 15% year over year. Hopefully it'll stay that way. It's nice to see that the Hilton Gardens made room for another hotel. We were kind of concerned that they might take from the other ones, but it looks like it's just good growth. If we look at our salary numbers, we know we're off on our fire with our overtime. It's something we need to address. Overall, although we've tried to salary savings throughout to keep them on the street, we still deficit about $330,000. We think we can make that up with our operating lines and be pretty close to having a balance to the budget. If we look at our numbers, we're showing a variance of about 123,000, but we started with a deficit of 525. So even though we stayed on mark with our budget, we're still going to show a deficit of approximately 650,000. So as one of the things we want to talk about tonight is what we're going to do for our preparation for our 1921 budget. If we were to take our service levels and put them back to what we have in our budget, fill our vacancies. I also took all the salary increases that I projected in the original estimates. This is just only MOU adjustments. I also have the UALs in here, so these are now becoming more actual numbers. They're still preliminary, but they're I know they're going to be very close because they're going hand in hand with what we're seeing in the past and what we're projecting forward. So we're at a crossroad right now. We're asking for the council's direction on what we need to do. We have two methodologies. One, we can cut our way out of it with expenditure reductions, or we can do revenue enhancements. Expenditure reductions. If we look at the results that I just talked about, 2018, and we look at the net cost of each division in the general fund, and what I mean by net cost, I'm taking the gross expenditures, I'm taking out any service charges. For example, building, we want that to be almost 100% cost recovery, so when they go out, we charge the person that they're doing the service for. And administrative services, and a lot of people think that there's a lot of money coming into the general fund that just gets caught up in the general fund. But there's a lot of people that actually work in the general fund that don't work for the general fund. I know it's kind of odd to say they work for the utilities, and I use utility billing as a prime example. 100% of their, even though they're paid out of the general fund, everything they do is for the utilities. Then I take out the grants to get the net cost, and that's where I get the net cost here I was talking about. But if we look at what that looks like in percentages, this is what it comes down to, what division cost by percentage. And if you take police and you allocate out the 6.6 of the general government, you're looking at police and fire together, their public safety, almost 80% of the budget of the general fund, it goes directly to them. So it's important that we know that. We allocated at those cuts the amount that we're short into each net costing, if you will, division. We would cut 8.7 to every single division, and this is what it would look like. When we look at public safety alone, police and fire, that would be a cut of $1.3 million. What does that look like? That's 6 officers, 4 firemen. It also would affect the general fund support staff. In order to cut that kind, we'd have to cut 5 in the general fund, 2.5 from parks, 2 from recreation, 1 from planning, and 1 from the library. If you get anything from my presentation this evening, I want you to get this one right here. Our payment for all the pensions that we gave in Tier 1, and keep in mind that the majority of these people don't even work here. Matter of fact, 39% of the people that are actually still staffed here are the only ones that got this benefit. So almost everybody got this benefit is gone. We pay $371,000 this year in increased payments with a total payment of $2 million. Our debt went up $504,000, and we didn't make a penny to the principal. If you look at the citywide, it's the same picture. Our payment went up $755,000. Our debt went up $820,000. If you look at the general fund alone, if we had an optimistic 3.6, which is very good, and I'd love to see that, our revenues would go up $650,000, and our CalPERS payments, just the general fund portion, would go up $640,000. So pretty much the same number. That doesn't have anything to do with the normal pension cost. This is just the UAL portion, the unfunded accrued liability. This has nothing to do with cost of living. This has nothing to do with inflation that's eroding our dollars as we try and buy operating supplies. So it's a big picture. Throughout the years, I've seen our fund balance go down. We're now down to an estimated 1.7 million if we accrued everything at 5%. Our policy is 25%. We should be at 8.4. So we're about 6.7 million short of what our fund balance should be for the general fund.
And Dean, real quick, how long will that 1.7 last us if we?
Well, if we did full service, it'd be almost gone in 1 year. But the rate we're cutting and holding positions, keep in mind the way that we actually got the 18 and 19 numbers to be where they are. In 2018, we held an average of 19 positions. In 2019, we're holding closer to 28 positions, trying to get that budget under control. But as I showed the slide of the CalPERS increases, it's becoming very, very difficult for us to actually stay afloat. So another option is we could go a revenue enhancement. We could do a sales tax. We could do utility user tax. We could raise the TOT tax. Or we could have other options that we explored during our budget workshops. I know it was brought up, what does it look like to do a 1 cent sales tax or 1%? It would be estimated that we would get 4.9 million per year, and that would exclude food for groceries, prescription medications, rent, mortgages. It would be shared by other non-residents that come into our city and spend money. And yes, it would be about 123 based upon the Census Bureau's data of a household income for Lompoc, with the 25% taxable purchases. We could also do, like I said, a utility user tax that would generate about a $705,000 per budget cycle at a 1%. We would need something probably 5 or 6% to actually get this debt under control. It would hit everybody that pays the utility, rich or poor. We could also do a TOT tax or bed tax. That would generate about $440,000 per budget cycle at 1%, so $880 if we did 2%. Keep in mind that all the other cities around us are at 12, with the exception of Santa Maria. There's a few that are 14, but they're further out. But this would hurt our tourist and possibly our sales tax, so there's repercussions here too. Some of the other options that came out of our workshops, our budgets, where we were trying to kind of figure out options that we could do, revenue enhancements. We could sell advertising space on our vehicles, do code compliant fines, do a parking permit fees, but this would only be a fraction of what we would need to actually get this under control. So my recommendation, or our recommendation I should say, is in the preparation of the budget, is we think we need about a 1 cent sales tax. That would help us maintain our vital services. That would address our unfunded pension liability. That would also help us address our unrestricted fund balance that's eroding. And that's all I have.
And Mayor, if I can just finish up with Dean's comment. So I've been doing the budgets for 30 years, and even during the historic recession, I wasn't quite as worried now because I had a much bigger reserve to pull from. We had 25 to 30% where I was. So we knew we could survive. So this one, the level of reserves and seeing what would happen has me more concerned from any of the other budgets I've worked on, and that's my professional opinion after all these years. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah. Mr. Albo, did we pass a balanced budget last time?
It was balanced, but there's a one-time anomaly of $750,000 that I don't think should have been in there. So to answer your question, no, I don't think it was.
Well, but it was approved balanced budget. There was a one-time anomaly that was put forward by the former city manager, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did we approve all the police positions in there, in the budget, 68 positions?
No, we had 3 held.
So we held 3.
We had 3 in the budget for fire held, and we also had 1.75 in parks held.
Okay, was council aware of the 3 in fire being held?
I'm not aware.
No. Okay, well, I wasn't. I knew we did 3 for PD for raises that we gave out. So we did, the 68 positions that were in the budget book that are in the book right here, less the 3 for a labor negotiation reason. I want the public to understand us as a council went through and did what we did and filled all of those positions. We hold the money at the high level. It's when they don't see the revenue component in is when you guys started freezing positions. Is that correct?
That's right. As a matter of fact, that's the majority of the problem in the first, even back the last 3 years. We just haven't hit the revenue estimates that we hoped for.
Right. And we went into labor negotiations giving raises, and it was led to us to believe that we could afford the raises.
In the last budget cycle, there was a lot of one-time sales of property and things that we were trying to bridge the gap because we knew we had a deficit, and they didn't happen.
And we stepped up and gave some significant raises both in the public safety sector. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately 1.8 million in citywide raises were given. If you didn't give those raises, that's about what it would cost. If you look at what the cost of living, though, is pretty close to the same amount. So really, we just kept them at bay. I mean, you got to understand too, as we hadn't had raises in the city for almost 10 years. There were some small ones, but yes.
Oh, and I agree. I know we needed to do these. I agree.
And we were falling pretty far behind on the comp, and we were losing a lot of
I think it's important
police
because
officers.
the public gives the council the heat for positions being frozen, and it's actually at another level that freezes the positions when because you got to make sure the check that you send to the bank is going to get cashed. So you guys, I think it was Teresa Gallivan was the one who stepped up and initiated the freezes, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So I want the public to understand that. I mean, they foresight, they had to do what they had to do. They knew where the reserve component was. They saw the revenues that were anticipated coming in weren't coming in, right? And that's kind of why we're driving the position now.
Yes.
Okay, so
we are trying to be as transparent as possible. And that's why we're trying to be upfront. I think we've been doing that for almost a year and a half now with where we're at and what's going on.
I agree very much so. And I guess my other question would be, because I took a lot of heat, I know 2 other council members took a lot of heat because we turned down a fire station that with staffing levels and the expense was about $2.8 million a year to $3 million with the new equipment. So where were we going to get that $3 million a year in new revenues?
Yeah, that's a good question. You're right. We couldn't afford it at the time.
Okay. So because it's difficult, and I want people to understand that we take the guidance that's given us and we go through the book and do the best we can, and we stop at the department level is where we stop, correct? So when we set a department level number and one of the departments goes over that number, how do we control something like that? You mentioned one, you had a slide there, it was 480,000 or 473,000. How does something like that happen?
By not pulling back on the services, taking a decrease in their fund balance.
But we say, if it's set at the department level, though, how is it authorized to go above the department level?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Because we had one a couple of years ago, it was $928,000 in the department level.
And that was combined over 2 years.
Right. You had some catch up that came in there, but these are significant numbers, and when these happen, what you end up going into other departments? Is that what ended up happening?
That's what's been happening for for quite a while. Last 2 years for sure. We've been holding a lot of positions open to try and bridge the gap.
And because PD is one of the largest components, that's kind of where those positions were held. Is that correct?
Yeah, through natural, they just, for quite a while, they were just having a problem filling them, so we were hoping that would continue.
I just wanted to
But as we raised the comps, we actually stopped having so many vacancies and so many turnaround. We actually had the same problem in fire. We had a massive amount of turnaround.
Right, and we did stop it. I think Mr. Arias in the back said we had one position we lost one of the last times he came to the microphone because of the raises that we gave. And I think we did a good job there. I know we still have some issues to get through, and I think fire was doing much the same. We didn't have the turnover. I think it was quoted, it was $157,000 to train a new recruit in PD, so we were saving money there.
It's very difficult to run a budget when you're anticipating vacancies and they don't start coming in, and you get caught behind as well.
Right. So I just wanted to get some of that out there. I think one of the other questions I had for you, I know you have a lot of reasons why we should put a tax measure on. And I know that there are reasons that complicate, that you have to be careful about tax measures. And there are a lot of independent studies from reputable bodies that tell you what can happen with tax measures. And, real simply, the calculation of where I said on average, a family of four would cost $500, because you roughly have 10,000 families, 40,000 people in town. You have $5 million, and I've always qualified it on average. Some families would get hurt a lot more, some wouldn't get hurt at all. And I just wanted to put it out there that a study from the National Tax Journal, and I talked to you a little bit about this the other day, and they reference what a 1 cent tax could do to an economy. And you can see in their paper, and I'll pass it into the clerk for the record, but you're looking at a 3.8 to 5.8 reduction in employment could happen. And that's not my math, it's math done by some reputable people who put it out there. And there's quite a few studies that show that you could have that, because in a system that you have finite amount of money, the money has to come from somewhere. And while you might think, well, $10 per thousand is not very much, but it compounds, and it compounds throughout, and especially a fragile economy like we have. We have a lot of vacancies in town. And if you take those numbers, we roughly have about 6,000 people directly employed in Lompoc. You would see somewhere between 180 and 360 people lose their jobs with a simple 1 cent. And again, it's not mine, it's the calculation out here. But I just think it's important that we put items up there and all sounds great and easy, and 1 penny is nothing. But if you're one of those people losing your job, median income $20,000, it costs you $20,000. So I think it's important that we weigh both sides of the picture when we make these decisions. And one of my curiosities I'm concerned about is, in going back and looking at the Transparent California website, the former city manager advised me that website and where to go and see what had been happening. And we have a lot of upper management positions that went up 40, 50, 60, 80% over the last few years. And if you don't believe me, go look at Transparent California website and see. And I know that Laurel Barcelona before was very, very frugal. And we went through a session of time when there was a lot of significant raises going up. And I ask you right now, in the situation we are we freezing increases and raises right now? Steps and scales? No. So we didn't freeze. So all those are still going through, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vega.
Moving forward, the cost to put this on as a tax measure with the county, it was estimated by one of the speakers to say $150,000, correct? And that would come out of the general fund, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now what happens here as a hypothetical is we balance the budget. We've gone through this before where hypothetically the budget was balanced based on a tax measure passing. What happens if it doesn't pass? And then what are the repercussions for that money that was spent for that gamble?
That's a good question.
I mean, this is what we went through before. Before we went through a situation where we had motorsports, the motorsports program before, which had the city liable for $200,000 plus at one time. And it's a different kind of calculation, but it's money that everybody was going to be unhappy with had we lost that amount of money. It went through a point where the benchmarks were made where the city had to ask for a restatement or a refund from the state. And had they not gotten the refund from the state for that state grant, we would have been out $200,000-something. So again, there is a negative side to this as a gamble because it's not a given. I understand some of the people would like to have the option to vote for it. I represent and was voted in District 2, which was stated by many of the people that do editorials that is the lowest income and highest crime rate area in the city. One of the public speakers, one of the ladies that spoke, said her son was shot, and fortunately he's doing well and he's recuperating. But she was one of the same speakers that came up here and said they can't afford the tax. So we have to look at all the demographics here. The rent system, as we look at, we have a huge retirement community, we have a huge fixed income, we have the 30% affordable housing aspect of it, which may be subsidized, maybe not, and we have the 45 or 46% of home ownership category that on the other end means the other people don't own a home, so they're on the rental, on the rent rolls, which rents are going up as you put that graph up, right? It's not, rents are expensive. So again, the question I would ask is, what would a $150,000 loss to the general fund because of spending that money on a tax measure that predominantly will not or maybe may not pass, because we're looking at the school board, we're looking at Hancock, we're looking at the other ones where in Lompoc and in this certain area, these referendums and these bond measures did not pass. So I'll leave you with that one.
City Manager, I saw you wanted to contribute.
Well, you started with a question.
I started with a question, and my question in the beginning was, is it in fact the estimate from the county to put this on the voter rate, estimated to be $150,000?
The county in this year for 2019 is doing nobody. In fact, Santa Barbara City, who does their off-year elections, they're actually going to work with LA County to have that department run their election. If we were to do it, we're much smaller than where I was before. We did a special election, and we did it all in-house. It was about $500,000, but it was for 210,000 people. So in this case, you're looking at 100,000. I say 150 just to give a little extra wiggle room. So that would be the cost. It would be coming out of the general fund reserves, and what you'd want to look at is sort of that weigh and balance is you could do the 150,000 as a special election. There's some other nuances that go with it, but we'll get to those later. But if you did it and you did it, as soon as possible, then the budget would go through, and with the thought, because we couldn't do the budget, we couldn't do the election until sometime in August at the very earliest if all the stars lined up. So you'd go and do a budget, you'd say we're going to go forth with a sales tax measure, but have a backup plan that if it didn't pass, here's what we would have to do. So if we went through with sales tax, come the end of August, let's say if that was the date, did not pass, we would then come back immediately to council and say, here's your amended budget, which would have budget reductions in it. The reason for doing a special election, in this case, is if you waited till 2020 of November, you would be using a large number, if not all of the reserves left to get there versus 150,000 up front. So just to give you an idea of how that works.
So thank you for that. So hypothetically, you're going to balance the budget based on the sales tax moving forward and passing. On the other end, we have options here in this budget book that said, hey, these are going to be the reductions that are going to be necessary or going to be necessary. Would that be decided ahead of time, which is basically why we're here, to look at this is what it is? Or do you have a plan C that we're not seeing? Okay, we have a plan A, we have a plan B, we have a plan C, one with the sales tax referendum, one with the TOT tax possible increase, and you have a utility tax, which, anyway, those are the options that you have here. So again, what would the impact be for that $150,000 should it not pass?
Well, if you went through and you did it and you spent it, you'd be out the $150,000, and then you'd have to come back with the option A, which was the first one, which is the reductions that we were showing up there of the $800,000 for police, $500 for fire, and down on the list. So that would be option. Choosing my options here. So if we were to go forward with if the council tonight says yes, we all agree as a majority, let's move forward with the sales tax, we would come back at the most, I don't know if we can do it in time for the next council meeting, but come back with a full layout of how this would work. That would give staff, that's our biggest piece, is are we going left, are we going right, are we going some other direction? It's very tough to do a budget if you're not sure because they're very divergent. It's not like a normal budget where yeah, I don't want to spend quite so much here and so much over there. We're either reducing the budget or we're looking at enhancement through a sales tax. So
I got you.
we go through with the sales tax enhancement, we get through, it doesn't pass. We have the backup plan, which is the reductions, ready to go, and then bring it forth, and council then would look at that to adopt that as the amended budget.
I guess my concern here is the expansion of staff here at City Hall that's been added through a previously city manager, that there's been an expansion of government. Yes, we've lost city staff, but at the percentage of 28% for a general fund for some of these jobs, for instance, the example was given to me for $100,000, someone that's making $100,000, 28% would come out of the general fund. So that 28%, which equates to $28,000, also divided by $150,000 equates to a certain amount of jobs that are funded by the general fund out of City Hall here. So the expansion of government is a concern, and the resistance to the expansion of government that doesn't affect city services is what I think everyone is kind of up in arms about, so to speak, which means we have the resistance here. We haven't really been told. We see the budget, but we don't see what services are actually going to be non-effective or not affecting the public, so to speak, here, because there are some positions here that are in City Hall. It's not the public safety aspect of it, but here, and we haven't seen you reference it, and we didn't get the city manager, the previous city manager, to reference it. So that's where the impasse is, and that's where the stonewall, and this is where someone has mentioned that we should come together, but we can't come together as long as that wall of resistance is there to show there's a little give and take in negotiating. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions for staff before I open to public comment? Okay, thank you, Dean. And we'll open for public comment. There are 3 minutes. Please come to the podium.
Good evening, Council and Mayor and citizens of Lompoc. I just have some ideas. I'm not sure they're going to solve, but I would like to pose a question to the Council. First of all, whenever you do add a tax to the citizens for money that goes to the city, how long is the time for that? Is it forever, or for 2 or 3 years, or a year, or how long does it go on? Can someone answer that question?
Right now, the council is not allowed to have an exchange with you, but what we can do is have staff follow up with some of these concerns after public comment. And just for the public's knowledge, those are all parts of what that tax measure would look like that we would have a future discussion on.
Okay, so I understand you to say that we can't do anything about it tonight, but you can have some follow-up later. Mm-hmm. Okay. So in the follow-up, actually, I was looking at my utility bill today for the city of Lompoc, and I had reduced the water and I had reduced the energy, so that was helpful. But then I thought about the other items for which there was tax, and I noticed that we are still charging our citizens for the murals. Can anyone tell me how much money is in the funds for the murals?
Again, we'll need to follow up with that.
Okay. So my next question in regard to the murals is, how long have we been paying that sales tax for the murals? And how long does it need to go on? Because we have many, many beautiful murals, and I love them, and I have helped paint some of them. But how many more do we need, and how many more buildings do we have that could actually hold one without having to build something else to put a painting on? And how much money is currently in the budget for them? I'm not totally sure, but I think, if I recall correctly, my statement for the city utilities said that we were at least being charged 1 cent for the murals. And as I understand it, I've been here in this town for almost 50 years or more. And murals have been there for a very, very long time, so there must be a lot of money there. And are murals more important than safety, fire, and police protection? So I would like for you to include that in the follow-up.
Thank you.
And the last thing I wanted to say is thank you for this gentleman who just presented the financial report, because his mathematics is way better than mine. And the other thing is, in times past, they have proposed establishing an industrial park for industrial businesses and technical businesses in this town. And at that time, it was my understanding that we had space for that over by Walmart in that general area. Has there been any movement on that?
So your time is officially up, and again, I'm not here to have a one-to-one discussion. So we've made a list of your questions, and I will make sure to have city staff follow up with you if you will make sure that your name is given to our city clerk.
Okay, well, I have just presented them. Are you taking any notes?
Absolutely.
All right, so I would expect a follow-up to come soon, because this safety issue is very important to the country, to the citizens.
You're
Thank you.
absolutely correct.
Deb Andrews, Mission Hills. I want to thank the people on the council who have worked to hold the line on spending and taxes. I appreciate that. 34 cents doesn't sound like much to some people, but it's a whole lot of money to others. The Lompoc budget has increased over 50% adjusted for inflation in the last 20 years. Population is stagnant and recently is falling. It's confusing why there is a stated need for yet more revenue when it's already over 50% higher. That resembles the education model. The more students fail to learn, the more money that rolls in. In the process of zero-based budgeting, start filling in the items with citizen services first. Follow that with all else. How is employee time tracked? Is there a time clock? How does payroll track staggered hours? How does that affect work groups? How does education's failure to teach reading and math affect crime in the city and homelessness? Why are citizen pocketbooks held responsible for government failure? Don't adopt the failed education model. Instead of throwing more revenue at obvious issues, drill down as to how our money is being spent in every position. If our budget has increased over 50% while citizen services have declined, there's a problem within the organization or outside interference. Do the investigation. Is the problem in human resources? Is it in permitting or in general? Broken windows policing is very effective at holding down crime. They did it in New York City. If it could hold down crime in New York City, it likely could hold down crime in Lompoc. There's a business in Old Town that's had broken windows ever since I've lived here, over a year and a half. There's tall weeds in the median, right on H Street. So that gives a message to criminals. This is a place where people are not paying attention, people don't really care. This is a place where we can do bad things. If you have the town look like it's immaculate, people care about what's going on, and more than that, people watch what's going on, and expectations are high, that goes a long way towards public safety. We don't want a police state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Howard again. I'm real concerned that people are talking about not doing an increase in tax and not seeing that what they're saying is a consequence of not having enough money. You know, why the city is looking shabby, why there's problems with policing and crime and homelessness. I'm also concerned, as I hear the city council talk, that if they do decide to do a 1% sales tax, which in my opinion as a citizen is important and should have been done 2 years ago as a 0.5% continuation, that you won't support it, because part of the problem in asking citizens to vote for a tax is that you need to believe in it and to be out there promoting it. And that's what happened a little bit with Measure E with the schools, because a couple of the members of the board did not support it and actually spoke out against it. So I'm asking you please to strongly consider an addition of a 1-cent sales tax and promote it, believe in it, because the city needs it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Dwayne Holmdahl. I've only been here since 1950. I've watched the town grow from 15,000 to 43,000 people. And we need to get something done. The biggest concern I have is that you've got a needs for some money to get going. And 3 people on the board, not the board, but the city council should make the determination if we're going to have an election or not. The citizens of Lompoc should make the final decision of it, not 3 members of the council. And that's my biggest concern, is that it seems like you guys want to make the deal up here, but you won't care what the rest of the citizens, they can say what they have. You can work it out right, and you get the general public make the call. You've had some excellent comments. You got people been working on it, and they should be the ones out there either for it, against it, talking for it. And like I say, it's interesting why the one tax election on the that they had for $20,000 instead of $150,000. You need to look at where you have the tax, what it's going to take. It's going to be independent. But I think the citizens you've heard tonight do want it. Now you got to get it out to the general public. But I let the citizens of the city of Lompoc make the determination. Thank you.
Thank you.
DA Taylor again. I have just a couple of brief comments about sources of revenue. I agree with Councilman Mosby that I think you're going to have a hard sell with more taxes when it comes to raising sales tax. As a taxpayer, I already feel like I'm being taxed to death between the feds, the state, the DMV, you name it, property tax. I'm taxed out. I don't want to pay any more taxes. I'm tired of it, and I think that there are a lot of other taxpayers who feel the same way. It's going to be a hard sell. I think you need to look at ways to balance your budget without bringing in those types of new taxes. That said, I also think you're missing a bet by looking at other sources of revenue. For example, making micro businesses super easy to get their home use permits, okay? Take a look at making an agreement with Airbnb. Airbnb has already contracted with San Luis Obispo, and they collect the taxes. People that have, European tourists spend the night in their house, they get paid, and the city automatically gets their money. So there's options here to raise money. Now, it might not all be a huge pile all at once, but these are things that I think the city really should look at that are small places where sometimes little drips fill buckets really quickly. And rather than just say, okay, we're going to take money from our taxpayers, look at other ways that you haven't looked at. Look under other rocks, so to speak. Because I think when you're not looking at Airbnb, when you're not looking at, for example, the cannabis taxes, those kinds of things that are new that aren't going to be a burden on already burdened taxpayers who are already paying more than their fair share, I think something new is something that really should be entertained. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Ann McCarty, Executive Director for North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. I stand up here tonight a little bit conflicted, simply because I know what budget cuts mean to my agency overall when it comes to our friends in public safety. I've had the honor of working with the men and women of the Lompoc Police Department since 1994, when I began my career at the Rape Crisis Center. And I've seen what some have called it the training field. I've seen what that revolving door has done to the morale of our men and women, and I look to these people as my friends and as my colleagues, but I also look to them to protect me and to protect the men and women that I work and my advocates work tirelessly to support. When I hear that we possibly, with budget cuts, could lose 6 more officers, it scares me. It scares me not just for what that means just to our city, but what it also means to the men and women of the police department and our fire department. We could possibly also lose 4 firefighters. I think about their overall safety. I worry about a lot of things when I go to sleep at night, and believe it or not, I worry about the men and women who are in this city protecting me and the men and women that we work with. So I think I quite firmly state that for me as a citizen of this city, that their lives, each and every one of them, is worth $123. And I think that I can give up something that equals $123 in 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Madam Mayor. I wanted to relay that my family and I moved here 35 years ago. We like Lompoc. We raised our family here. One of the criteria for doing that was a safe town, one where we wouldn't have to fear where we went and where we went at night or during the day. That's changed, and I want to just give you a number. 72%. 72% of all the cities in America, all the cities, including the bad ones that we don't live in, have a higher safety rating than Lompoc. The source on that is city data. City data. So that's unacceptable to me. And I am willing to pay for what we get. I am willing to prioritize out of our budget, my personal budget, our safety first. Things are important. There's lots of priorities. I understand how difficult it is. I worked for 34 years budgeting and balancing multi-billion-dollar projects. It's not easy to rack and stack, but you go with the priority number 1 and you fully fund it. What you heard tonight from people like me and our neighbors and our young folks is the first priority to budget, 100%, is safety and security for this town. The citizens deserve it. And from the discussion here, we're willing to pay for it. It's up to you to give us that opportunity to make that choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. John Lynn, Lompoc resident. So I just want to give you a couple bits of information to think about. There's been a discussion about a utility tax, and we actually already have that, and we've had it since the 20s. So in the current budget, there's a $4 million fund transfer from the electric fund to the general fund through the 2 years. That's against about $110 million in income. So with a little math liberty, I'll say there's a 4% utility tax that we all pay right now. I don't believe some of our neighbors have a utility tax currently. So when you think about all the things that people pay for, remember that. For those of you who are on the council, I stood here before when you were doing both of the prior budgets that our prior city manager did, and I said to you that the income numbers weren't accurate and you would not reach those income numbers, and we did not. I am so glad to hear that Mr. Troop and our new finance manager are actually working on real numbers. There's been a lot of discussion about the $250,000 number for a ballot initiative. And I think the confusion is that that is the number which was included in the 17-19 budget initially for that sales tax effort. And it included not only the fees to the county, but also an educational campaign on behalf of the city. So that was actually a budget number provided by city staff in the past, and I think that's why it gets quoted. I think the cannabis speaker made a good point, and just doing a little math earlier, it looked to me like we probably have foregone $100,000 worth of those taxes that we all agreed to pass. There's a lot of discussion about how many police positions we have. So my understanding from everything that I've read is that we as a council and a community agreed that we would hold 3 positions open permanently and that those salary savings would be divided among other officers. How many other vacant positions we've had, I don't know. I hear so many stories, I'm confused, but I think you should all get that information on a month-by-month basis. In the past, I'm told that those have been 10 or more, as many as 14, and yet I read something the other day that said they were all full, but I don't know if that's true or not. I am concerned that any department can have excessive overtime beyond what's in their budget, and not a small number. So we have had about $1.3 million worth of excessive overtime in the fire department, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's a budget number or if it's management, what it is, but we surely need to fix that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justin Rouget. I'm a 25-year resident of this fine city. We've tried for the last 25 years to do everything we could to help improve the town, make it better, bring more jobs here. And things have been going very well until the last couple of years when the city council has decided to take us in an entirely different way. We need to solve our present problem by considering this 1% sales tax and giving people a chance to vote on it. Now, Mr. Vega brought up a lot of concerns about, doing this and how effects it's going to have on people and all that. You just think about the fact that every town around us, including the county, has had the same concerns. They've all thought about the same thing. And they put it all out for the people to vote in all these towns, including Little Guadalupe, and they all passed it. And they passed it to support themselves. It isn't money that we're going to give somebody else. They're supporting themselves. They're supporting the police, the fire, and the other things that are on that budget up there that you have. It's not a waste of money and a waste of time. We came up all of a sudden with $450,000 out of our reserves to clean up the river out here. And, this is a small thing to ask us if we're going to take a chance on $150,000. All these other people in all the other parts of the county have had this same problem. And they've had the same issues to talk about, and they voted on it and passed it. Now, there's no comparison between the bond issues that have been put out by the school boards. That's property tax. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about sales tax, and we're talking about a 1 penny increase in the sales tax. And I think we can do that if you folks get out there and support it. It's to all of our benefits, it's to all of our benefits to do this. It's not a waste of time. Santa Maria passed their Measure U. What are they doing? Hiring more police, improving their fire stations. They have the money to do it because they passed Measure U last year. That's what we need to do. We've put off our fire station improvements and all that because we don't want to raise the sales tax. And you folks are responsible for that. It's our safety we're talking about here, and you two people sit there and put us all at risk because of your judgment. And it's poor judgment and bad judgment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorraine Waldo, resident of Lompoc since 1989. I'm a senior citizen. I'm on a fixed income. I don't have any benefits other than that. I'm very much for this 1% tax. I think our city has to grow and be healthier, and our perception of the city. People mentioned tonight how it looks and what it might look to criminals and et cetera, et cetera. I'm very much in favor of this tax, and I don't see people boycotting going to Costco, or I don't see people boycotting going to Trader Joe's or May Company, or going down and having lunch in Carpinteria, and they all have higher taxes and passed higher taxes. So it's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Nick Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. I don't think it's a matter of do we want public safety or do we not want public safety. I think it's very clear, specifically with me, that yes, I do want public safety. But I think the discussion on hand is budgetary. 3 years ago, I was here before, and I presented a report that stated that you were going to have problems, and it was summarily dismissed by the city administrator. All the problems outlined are here. I think you have a prudent fiduciary duty to first look and balance the budget without the tax measure. I'm not in favor of cutting fire or police, but you must first be able to pay and preserve the pension fund. If you move forward with the tax measure without careful thought, remember, we just came out of an election. 2 of you up there voted on a solid platform of no taxes, no fees, no increases, and won solidly in your districts. A 3rd election was almost just 100 votes apart. So despite what a lot of people are telling you, yeah, people voted. That being said, figure a way to balance the budget without the funding and either have an auxiliary plan with the funding as well. But do the prudent thing, because we were here before. They mentioned the fire station. The fire station, we were told it would pass. We had the money. We now know we don't have the money. So it's time to stop hypotheticating on what we will do with something we may have in the future and start getting down and looking at what we know we do have and what we do have to work with. The other item is also the demographics. You're calculating these per capita increases, but when you look at the census data, we got 1/3 of our population that are young children. They're not going to be spending money. Maybe their parents will spend a little bit of money on them. We're also now the lowest per capita income in the entire county, even below Guadalupe. They told you that the rents have increased. So all across the board, people are being squeezed. So the likelihood, maybe it will. The silent majority is not here. I can tell you that right now. And you know how they voted because we got 2 new people in. So traverse it carefully and make it equitable for everybody.
Thank you.
Jeremy Ball, enjoying my first night of 6 minutes, which is a first for me, so thank you. City Council, members of the community. Just to add one thing to the last speaker that I want to comment on is there's a couple ways to look at the last election. Definitely a couple of you won handily. But I read the numbers, I know how many people voted, and that's one of the saddest things that I've seen in Lompoc is voter turnout. So I wouldn't take any solace in overwhelming wins or mandates from the community. There was one citywide election, and we know how that worked out. A couple things I wanted to point out. We've heard tonight that a sales tax potentially leads to losing jobs. I'm sure some experts have said that in a certain context. I would just argue that it's really hard for us citizens here in Lompoc to keep looking over at Santa Maria, watching them take 2 to 7 to 10 police officers from us because they can afford to, for them to take other public safety things, for them to create more business and more jobs. I don't know. I'm just not seeing the jobs being lost in Santa Maria because they have a sales tax. I'm seeing them, they are just booming over and over. We see cities around us booming, booming. The economy has been better than it's been for a long time. Cities are figuring it out and they're booming, and we're not. Yeah, let's see. Sorry, I wrote down my notes. So what happens, Mr. Vega, you'd point out, what happens if the measure doesn't pass? Super legitimate question. What if it doesn't? I think this has been framed entirely wrong. This should be a decision to allow the citizens of Lompoc to decide for themselves whether or not this matters to them. The citizens voted again, 76, someone mentioned 75, 76% voted in favor of taxation for cannabis. Doesn't mean that it'll be 75% that maybe pass a sales tax, but there is an appetite for us to address some of these problems. So I hope we take that seriously. Lompoc deserves a balanced approach. I'm not just here for sales tax. If we have to find revenue and talk about some really awkward cuts in other places, it's totally reasonable. But again, let's not use scare tactics against the citizens to tell them what we can't do or what we can't afford. I'm looking for leadership and a vision about why we can't afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, members of the public. I'm up here just to clarify a couple of the numbers that have been stated tonight. We've constantly, through our own investigation, of finding that there's inaccuracies, not only with the budget tool, which we've asked to have it fixed, and it's been 2 weeks and it has not been fixed. Numbers are articulated to you regarding overtime. The $928,000 that has been stated was addressed with you about a year ago. And we found that there was issues with employees on injury and other things like that. So it's down to about $400,000. And what's not being taken into consideration is when we go out to those wildland fires up and down the state, there is money that is generated that's sent back to this city. That's not accounted for. So to date, we still are waiting for $342,000 to come in to offset the cost of that overtime, vehicle usage, and administration fee to offset that. So the number that we were given earlier, $478,000, that pretty much almost takes care of it right there. And then on the other hand, with the overtime being stated that we're currently at right now, we have vacancies, and what typically is supposed to happen is the full-time cost for that employee is supposed to offset the backfill. We're constant staffing. We have to have somebody sitting in that seat. And we have vacancies at that time, and we backfilled with it. The problem is it was overtime, and that full-time salary wasn't used to offset that cost. So we're asking you to make sure that you're getting the actual numbers that are supposed to be represented, and then we always have department heads that are available to answer any questions that you may have, especially concerns from our public. Transparency is really huge for us, and again, we're here for you. We're in this together, and we just appreciate the time that anybody can take to come by, ask questions at the fire station. That's your house as well. And if you want to know what services we have to offer, you'll get to meet the great caliber men and women that work for Lompoc Fire Department. We're very dedicated. I've been here 17 years. I am a Lompoc resident as well, and then I'm also the union president. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Augustin Arias, the president of Lompoc Police Officer Association. Also a Lompoc resident. Also the guys that been burning the midnight oil for the last 3 weeks with this girl's homicide that happened. Also the parent of the young boy that said, "Hey Dad, she's no longer there. I know who you were talking about when you got home this morning after working all night." Okay? That's the burden. This is personal to work here. And you say, yeah, you helped us out. You gave us a raise. You said you were going to hold 3 bodies for that. Budget comes around, you guys cut $1,040,000. Tell the public that as well. 18 positions were frozen to fix their budget mishaps from a misestimate by somebody. So they hold, out of those 18, 14 are at the police department. Tell the people that. We did not get a raise in excess that's going to equate to their number of $1.8 million. They held 3 positions for 2 years. Do the math. It's pretty simple. Yeah, it's 300. We lost 1 officer in these 2 years. Santa Maria just passed a tax measure. We're losing 2 officers right now. 2 or 3 buddies that they went to the academy with and are friends with, probably getting ready to go, especially with the scare tactics put up on the screen about losing 6 officers. Everybody needs to understand those are already frozen. We can't even hire to those. We're at 44. John Lynn used to be the mayor. We just had the conversation. Our number back then when they talk about grant positions was when he was mayor. Our number is 50. 50 police officers. It's not 44. It's never been 44. Maybe in the early 90s. The number is 50. So when you hold 300,000 for 2 years, that's what it costs to help us out, to hold people, and we held people. Now everybody else around us, Santa Barbara obviously has one of our officers. Santa Maria is about to have 2 great officers, and they don't take just the run-of-the-mill. They take the best ones, right? Guys that work your specialty assignments, SWAT guys, self-defense instructors, gang detectives, narcotics detectives, traffic unit, the guy that's finding more stolen cars than anybody else in the whole county. He's getting ready to go to Santa Maria PD. He got an award for that. I apologize for the residents that think Lompoc sucks. I don't think so. Not last time I checked our homicide stats clearance. And I'm proudful of that. So I'll figure this one out too with this little girl because that's what we're here to do. That's the only reason why I stay, not for money. I appreciate you guys helping us out. But at the same time, don't sit there and scare the people saying that it's on the public safety's back. There's guys in the building in here that receive way more than any police officer did. And I don't want to point the finger at them either because you allowed them to do it. The old city manager, he's gone. Get over it. Build houses. Increase revenue. You guys jumped in bed with marijuana. Why? How come nobody's open? The one business that is open, they're pretty professional. They got money to spend. You guys wanted to do it. Do it because there's what the guy said, unfortunately. I'm not a fan of marijuana, but hey, so to the public, you have any questions, come see me. We'll answer it all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Leah Breitman. I live here in Lompoc. Good evening, Mayor Osborne, council members Mosby, Starbuck, Cordova, Vega. Good evening. Although I serve as a commissioner on the Utilities Commission, I am speaking this evening as a private citizen. I've only lived here in Lompoc for a little over 2 years, but my family has deep roots here in Lompoc. My great-grandfather, Charlie Everett, was the first fire chief of Lompoc. Go Lompoc Fire. And I spent almost all of my childhood summers and holidays here. In fact, as a little girl, I used to swim in that swimming pool. But you can't go home. This is a different Lompoc now. The Memorial Hall will never be filled with specimens during Flower Festival, and the Herb Home is never going to change back to a Taco Bell, and we'll never be able to buy a printed cotton sack of Pinquitos ever again. Lompoc has changed, and in many ways not for the good, but we have the chance to be better. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in regarding which direction your budget deliberations will take the city. Now, I realize, as the city council, there is only so much you can do. You can't legislate morality or good behavior. You can't solve societal woes. You can't bring Mervyn's back. And I get it, CalPERS is a bummer. But you can govern effectively. During last Saturday's budget workshop, the citizens of this town implored you to improve public safety and to give the city a little spit shine to try and make their town more livable. Now, I'm no economist. I'm just a waitress, and budgets are complicated and boring. But I do know that when money's tight, you either have to tighten your belt or make more money. There is no conceivable way the city of Lompoc can tighten its belt any further. And I realize a faction of the city are never taxers, but for the love of Pete, will you please at least put the sales tax up to a vote? If the citizens of this town can't even afford a penny increase in tax, then we really are in real trouble. So, just as direction, leaving all those staff vacancies open is a false economy. Stuff keeps falling through the cracks because there just aren't enough people in some departments. And if we pay our city employees a competitive wage, they will stay here and make the city better, and it will be cheaper in the long run. And please remember that the staff and city workers aren't just some sort of bureaucratic deep state. They're not the enemy. They are us. They're our neighbors and family, and a lot of them went to college and got degrees and know way more than the rest of us about water treatment and early child development and pothole fixing and the library sciences. And they do the tedious, pardon my French, crappy jobs that we should be grateful every day to them for. We need more public servants, not fewer. Oh my heavens. So if you don't have the political will to raise the sale tax, I implore you, please put it up for a vote. There's a difference between frugal and cheap. Please don't be cheap.
Thank you. I believe I see no one else rising for public comment. Okay, we'll bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Cordova.
So, I'm a little conflicted with some of the scenarios that we have going on. At the last budget cycle, there was a big call that said we were going to have these revenue increases, and we now understand that they were grossly overstated. And that led to from what I understand, a $2 million influx in raises that was handed out. So my issue with that is it is my opinion that the decision to include revenue from a presumed 1% sales tax to the proposed 1921 budget would be irresponsible and unneeded at this juncture. I'm not saying it wouldn't be in 3 months, 4 months, once we do our actual due diligence and our job to try and balance a budget with what we currently have. To create a budget and then say, as our backup, we will have a budget in the event that we don't get these revenues. I've never created a budget with a backup if I don't have the revenue. I've always created a budget with the actual presumption of revenues that I'm facing with that. I think our focus is not necessarily, we are today discussing that, no, we don't have a big increase. We don't presume that there's going to be an increase in revenues now. We are presuming that we're not going to have as much revenue, so now we're saying we need to, increase the sales tax. I do believe that if the sales tax went out to the public, I do think that the voters would vote responsibly for it, and I think that we would find a favor. But I still think that there is due diligence time for me as a new council member that I particularly would want and am currently in the process of doing to figure out where our current resources are going. Where is the money going? Where are we going wrong? Maybe with our particular finances and not necessarily taking one particular view. I would never use the police and fire as a pawn. I think my respect goes out to police and fire because even when Officer Chip Arias said that we were at 50 and that is our standard of what it has been in the past. The public wasn't saying at that time that it was a police state. We were saying, yay, because we have police that is out there securing our streets, and we had a cleaner, maybe less unsecure city. So I agree with Mr. Ball when he says that we need to focus on generating profitability. We need to focus on that. We can't just think that we're going to pass a tax and that's going to be our end all and be all. At least that's not for me as a business person. I would like to think that my sense of urgency is not just to pass a tax, but my sense of urgency would be to figure out ways to be responsible with the current existing financial situation that we have and figure out ways to better evolve our city and bring more companies such as Denmat and other companies that could come here. So I'm not against a tax, but I still think that there is some due diligence, and being that we're given so much information today as a new council member, like I said, for me, I feel like, where is the truth? I need to be able to review those figures and get to the truth for myself at least, and for the population of people that doesn't come out and is not heard at these meetings because they don't even realize they have a voice.
Thank you, Councilmember Cordova. I was in your shoes 2 years ago, the first time that we were handed a budget. And unfortunately, that time, the budget was presented to us with not one, not two, but 3 tax proposals in it. And I absolutely agreed with Councilmember Mosby at the time that we needed to look at what cuts would do. But part of that discussion was supposed to then bring back a tax discussion and put it to a vote of the people and try and solve this problem this past November. And the majority decided that, well, we made our cuts and we're good and we're done. And my fear right now is that we go down the path of proving we can solve the next 2 years with cuts, and the majority sits here and decides we're done. And the real problem is the next 2 years is not our only problem. This debt from CalPERS is not going to go away. It's going to continue to grow, and we cannot cut our way out of it. We will begin to dig such a large hole that instead of climbing out of it, it will start to fill with water, and we will drown as a community, and you will see us literally disappear. And the only thing left is a debt that we're paying to CalPERS for all the prior employees. So, while I agree that it's irresponsible to solve a budget on a potential tax, I think it's duly irresponsible to say, oh, we're just going to cut and leave it there. So we have to have a tax measure discussion. We have to see what it looks like. We have to put it out to the public to vote and let you tell us whether or not you're willing to pay it or not us judge that. That is not our job. Our job is simply to identify the loss or lack of revenue, provide you with a potential solution, and you vote to tell us that you're willing to pay that, and then incorporate it into solving those problems that are going to exist no matter what. Cutting, we can do it. I have no doubt, but you will not have a library. You will be ill-staffed in fire and police. Our parks will have to be shuttered and will not be able to be upkeep. The damage is to the general fund. The general fund is police, fire, parks, and the library. Those are the things you believe is your community. Those are the things you identify as wanting and being a part of and having a quality of life. So I completely understand the no tax. I completely understand not wanting to pay for it. The idea that we're protecting the lowest income members of our community because it's unfair to them is a sad judgment on that, because we're actually lifting them all up. For those of us that do have the disposable income, that do shop, that do spend that extra disposable income, we will bring them up with us, and we will provide a better quality of life with that additional dollars. And I appreciate all of you who got up and said, unless it's a safe community, there is no business development, there is no houses being built. This city will not thrive without it having a reputation of being safe and welcoming and healthy. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, just Don't know how many council members had an opportunity to go back and review maybe the last 20 budgets. I've reviewed back to 99 and watched a lot of these mechanisms and read them. And about 10 years ago, they had a big one in 08, 09-ish with a $5.5 million budget shortfall. And panic ensued. You heard the roars, and they tried to put a tax measure on and didn't pass. But there's a lot of mechanisms they got through, and they got through it. They dug deep and they got through it. We're nowhere close to where we were at that time. But what happened in between, and again, if you read some of these past budgets, you will see, and again, I challenge you to look at Transparent California. There's many, many positions out here, and this is why I'm hesitant about more money coming into the coffers. If you don't believe me, again, look at the Transparent California movement. And a lot of salaries went up 50, 60, 70% here in upper management after the catastrophe of 08, 09 budget. And that's what I'm fearful of. And public safety out here, yeah, everybody understands the importance of this. And that's why you guys are on the forefront up here. You didn't hear anybody say we're going to freeze wages. And those of you who don't understand how the system works, there's a step program for the lower side. It's a 5% step. First one in 6 months, after that a year to get through. Upper management has a scale. I think it's a 30% scale that can be slid. Well, there was a lot of sliding going, and a lot of upper management got to max scale and got repositions, got new thises and new that's. This is what I'm fearful of, because there's a couple $1 million in a couple of years of that happened. And that's what I'm fearful of with you get more monies in the coffers. If I can, is there anything that precludes people from turning in a tax money themselves to give to the city for public safety? Is there anything that we have? Do we have a mechanism currently?
It would just be like a donation, just a regular donation to the city, which the city is essentially a nonprofit, so they could.
Yeah, they could do that. And one of the next thing is talking about a nonprofit number. But I mean, there's a mechanism already for those people who feel that you have the extra. Go ahead. Go ahead and pass it in. Because to some people, and again, a report that I have here says you're going to lose 3 to 6% of your people. So maybe you think you're helping that person who lost a job. I don't think that's really helping. And I think we have to be very careful what we do with revenues that come in here. If you want to pass, you want to put something on them. You mentioned PERS. We haven't even heard. Of course, we don't have CalPERS here coming up and saying, because if you had CalPERS in the microphone, the public wouldn't be lining up saying, yeah, pass a tax for CalPERS. We know that's the white elephant in the room. We know that's something we have to address. We know that's really probably the horror story out there. It's not making sure that we fund our public safety and give them raises. It's the fact about 15 years ago, there was a movement made that shifted a huge obligation to PERS to allow public safety to retire 3% at 50. Now they gave up a couple of years of raises to do that. When we had, and the general fund went from 2.0 to 2.7 and at 55. So there was a huge movement. And now we're having to fix something that happened there. I mean, that's really the big right element. It's not going out to the raises and increase public safety. It is that component of PERS. I got a question of the city attorney. So if we talked about TOT, would Councilmember Cordova have to sit down, or can we talk about TOT here?
Yes, that's correct. If you're going to get into a specific discussion about TOT, Councilmember Cordova has an ownership interest in a business in town that would pay TOT. Therefore, she would need to recuse herself and leave the room for that specific discussion. And then when you move off of TOT, she can return.
I wanted to brush on it lightly. Can I do that or no? Just on TOT. So I guess no. Sorry.
Let's just be safe and have Councilmember Cordova leave the room. I don't know how long you want to talk about.
You never know. But if I,
do you want to do that now?
Yes, I just
okay.
wanted to.
Can I just make a statement before I leave?
Is it about TOT?
No, no. I just want to say that, again, I am not against the public's right to choose if they want tax I am not against that. What I think that my particular opinion is that with the amount of hearing people say inaccuracies on all sides of the fence, I think we owe it to the public to really try and attempt to balance a budget with the resources and figure out ways to generate revenue into this city. And then let's look at all other sources. And if we are going to pass a tax, I think that a portion of that does need to go to public safety and have it designated, because when the Hilton Garden Inn was built, I know that was one thing that came up to the city council, was to allow those revenues to be put away for the fire station, and it was rejected by council at that time. So that's my only point on that, and I'll recuse myself.
With the transient occupancy tax, and I know we had this brought up before, and I know we had the hotel people came up and said what it would do to their economy by just having a 2.20 TOT tax. And much is the same about a sales tax measure. It's just because we don't have the people defending the sales tax component like we have those. Remember with the TOT, what it would do, and it would lose their competitiveness in the open market. I know a couple of them were out here. I kind of wish they'd got up and said, but everybody got off the TOT. But I can guarantee if we said we're going to go do a 10-point bump on TOT, they would have been lining up here explaining to us what ends up happening when you take money out of economy, especially a fragile economy. And I mean, we skimmed over it. Again, I think it's, you're looking at what, 2 points would give you, or is it 1 point gets you 220 grand?
You'd get 440 for every 1% per budget cycle. So if you did a 2%, it'd be 880,000 per budget cycle, or 440,000 per year.
And if I remember correctly, I don't know if we could open public comment on TOT, but because we kind of skimmed over, but if I remember correctly, what it was going to do and estimated to do to the hotel economy, if we just did a simple 2-point bump on TOT, it was looked at to be relatively catastrophic to them to take out a competitive nature in our fragile Lompoc economy. And the reason why I wanted to say that is referencing back to the 1-cent sales tax that everybody says is just 1 penny. But remember, when you do the math, the money has to come from somewhere. If you only have, you do the simple math, it's only 143 people. The money's coming from somewhere. And it is compounded. And again, if some people are losing their job, getting back to the sales tax component, you would see it's a devastating effect to come through. And if it's nothing, then why are we trying to do it? I think it's a lot larger than you think. So I don't know if you could open up comment on TOT, but maybe we could do a 10-point TOT. I mean, what would that do to the local hotel economy?
I believe we need to remain on topic for the moment, and as part of new direction to staff, if it is something we want to be brought back, then it would be brought back as part of
It's right here in the staff report.
As part of other direction. If we made a motion to staff, would be to bring it back rather than open the floor for public comment. Am I correct, City Attorney?
If you really wanted to, you could reopen the public hearing to have the public speak on a particular topic. Every person in the audience would have the opportunity to speak. But I think that direction, if you wanted to talk about increasing the TOT, direction to have staff bring that back with further analysis would probably be prudent.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I remember what it was going to be, and I won't, if it's overly complicated, I won't go to that level. I just know what it will do to our economies. And with that, I guess, yeah, I'm done with the TOT discussion.
Councilmember Cordova, you're welcome to return to the dais.
She can't hear you.
Might go knock on the door. Councilmember Vega? Oh, okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'm just going to make a couple of points here that this tax proposal is not a public safety tax. This is a general tax. Years ago, Measure S was put on the ballot as a supposed public safety tax, but it did not have specific guidelines for public safety. So a lot of the people that were up here speaking in favor of this general tax were the same ones that fought this tax years ago. So there's a little conflict in my mind of what did they really want. I mean, this is a general tax. It is not for fire or police. A personal philosophy of mine is you live within your means. The city does not live within its means. We are talking about a tax rate that puts us almost to Silicon Valley tax rates. Big difference between Lompoc and San Jose. I'm just going to share. It's been mentioned before, but per capita income, it should be going up. When your city's doing good, people make more money. The only ones that are making more money, it appears, are people in City Hall. Everybody else, it appears, is losing money currently. The school bond failing, Measure S failing, it just tells me that the public confidence in the government or boards to manage money is low, or they don't have money to throw at boards and government right now. I don't see a successful turn on a general sales tax for Lompoc. I just don't see it, you know. One thing about coming into a budget cycle is I just cannot grasp trying to balance a budget on a proposed tax. It can't be done. You have to vote on what you are going to have. We have failed a couple of budget cycles by expecting too much revenue and not having it, but giving out more before we know we don't have it. We've knocked the moss off of the wheel now and it's rolling. The only way to really generate the revenue that we need and a permanent fix in this, there's three ways. We promote tourism, we increase the TOT, we have the chamber, we have Explore Lompoc. That's working. You've seen the increases on it. Housing. Oh yeah, well, when you have a rental market and a housing market like Lompoc, try and keep your kids here or try and bring new people here. The guy at Denmat, I'm shocked he found a place to live, seriously. There is nothing happening. We cannot get the expansion or the growth that we need. You heard the lady here. Cannabis business, agree with it or not, it's the only business that's moving forward in Lompoc right now. It's not moving forward. It's stagnant. If we could enhance and get the buildings full, the sales tax revenue will increase. It's a natural progression, not to vote a tax on us that are already here scratching for the living. I'm just going to make a comment, Mr. Albro, on your budget, you know, on the city's website. It's a great tool, but the one thing it does not have is the ability to redact the raises that happened in these walls. There was a question in there, or a statement earlier. A lot of our department heads have bumped their income significantly. Extrapolate that out. If you get a $20,000 a year raise, think what that does 20 years out in PERS. A big compounding factor of why we're having this PERS hang above us.
Councilmember Vega.
I concur with Councilwoman Cordova that we need to really take a hard look at this budget. I think it is premature, regardless if she's a new councilwoman or not. I think we would expect the city to be fiscally responsible and balance the budget on what they have, not what they don't have. I know there was a public comment about saying, hey, I was using the wrong analogy as far as bond measures and everything, but I guess the point I was trying to make was that the people did turn it down, regardless if it was connected to property taxes or not. And the same thing is, if you lose $150,000, it wasn't a scare tactic. It's a police officer, if it's a fireman, that would be in the budget that we would have to replace. So it's not a scare tactic. It's just a reality. We should be able to, as adults, as the mayor mentioned, we're adults. We should be able to make adult decisions, and we should be able to talk about this. Not because I brought it up, someone says, oh, you're using a scare tactic. No, those are politics. Those are politics. We should be able to speak and have these conversations here and say, hey, We expect City Hall to manage their own boat here and look at non-essential services that are non-public safety is what I would prefer to look at, see where we can trim and balance the budget that way. The other part of it is if we did have a sales tax and we do end up going that direction, I think the timeframes from which we can apply to put these on the ballot, I'm not sure if we're at the deadline or if this is going to come back later on, or maybe city staff can work on the budget, or if we're at the deadline where it can't meet the November or the August deadline. I think those are one of the questions I have for the city manager, as far as what are the timeframes and the budget constraint, as far as for us to give a response back on the tax measure to make it to this next one.
Okay, so that's a sort of a broad question. If you want to make the November 2020 ballot, I learned this from our city attorney, but it's 103 days before is when you make the call for the election.
Okay.
So you back that up. Now, if you do a special election, you can essentially pick a time, and it's 103 days. You know, if you want to say January 1st, you want to jump in? Oh,
so special election is more expensive, is it not?
Well, yeah. So the special election, you have to either run it yourself or have typically a county do it for you, but our county is busy with their updating equipment. So it would be a mail-in election. The company that was out there, the people that owned it retired, so no one else has picked it up. So we would do it ourselves. And when we did that, when I was down Oxnard, I gave you that pricing. So I just backed into what it probably would cost here for a mail-in ballot. So 2020, so basically you'd have to be May-ish, call for an election to get it on the November. Special election, you just count back the days that you need, come to council, approve it, and then that would be the date of the special election.
And the difference in cost was what between the two? Two methods?
The last I had heard, I wasn't here for the last one, was approximately $20,000 for a ballot measure. So that's what it would cost if it was on the 2020 November. If we did it ourselves, it'd be about $100,000 to $150,000.
Councilmember Vega, the other thing that I would add is that California has special rules with regard to adopting taxes. Taxes need to be voted on. We're talking about a general tax here that can be used for any purpose. That means that it will need to get 50% of the vote of the electorate if it's put on the ballot. But before it's put on the ballot, there are rules about how many council members need to vote to put it on the ballot. And that depends on whether it's going to a general election, where council members will also be on the ballot, which is November 2020. In that circumstance, it would require 4 council members to vote to place it on the November 2020 ballot. If we wanted to call a special election, not only would we need the 4 council member votes to put it on the special election ballot, but we would also need a unanimous 5 council member vote to declare an emergency need to hold the tax election at a special election and not wait until November 2020.
You mentioned there would be a general purpose tax. Now, if a tax was moved forward in the near future that was a restricted tax, is it still called a general purpose tax? Or does that change the parameters? So say for instance, it's a half-cent sales tax and it's designated to go just to public safety and the CalPERS unfunded liability, but nothing else. How would that change?
Then you would need to get a 2/3 vote of the people in order for that tax to pass, so 60.
Okay, and then how many council members would have to move that forward? Still a 4-1, or is that a unanimous? Does that change that vote?
Well, you would need to have a unanimous vote to put it on a special election.
Okay.
I can't quite recall the number of votes needed to put it on the November 2020.
But it doesn't matter if it's an open or if it's restricted. So that has no bearing on it. Is that correct?
It does not. I'm relying on the finance director here. He's reminded me that it's 4 votes. But it has a bearing on the number of, on the percentage of the electorate that's needed to pass the tax, but apparently not the percentage of the council.
If I may too. So I've been in 2 other places that did pass, and what a question came up saying a specific tax, it has a higher percentage to pass. So how do you do that? what they did is they placed the ballot measure with a ballot question following that, saying, do you want to pass this tax, yes or no? Part B was, if you do, what do you want it to do? And they listed the different items there. So then it was, could be, public safety, could be streets, could be parks, could be pick whatever you want to do. But then whatever that percentage came out at, that's what the city council in those both places said, okay, the ballot measure passed, it's a general tax because it's a little easy, it's 50 plus 1. The public voted that, but they also voted that they wanted to see public safety and streets as number 1 and 2. So as long as you're doing more than one item on it, you can't put it all to one part. You can spend another couple dollars somewhere else, then it's not a specific tax by default. So where I was, they spent a lot of it on streets and some of it on public safety. The other place, it was all over the board. It was everywhere, but it was followed up also with the question of having a oversight committee that once a quarter met. When I was in finance, once a quarter I presented the money coming in, the money went out, where did it go to? And the one when we did mostly streets, the project engineers came in, said, here's the projects, here's the budgets, here's what it came in at, over, under, here's the next projects. And we just went through that on a quarterly basis. Then those 9 people that were on the committee then had the ability to go report out to the rest of the community.
No, thank you. And then on the tax measures, maybe you could, if you can, clarify whether other restrictions can be put on there. Is that done as a policy as far as a body? So say, for instance, okay, I'm just going to give you a hypothetical. The same one I used was a half-cent sales tax going to public safety and then maybe unfunded liability of CalPERS. So say maybe you say, okay, it's just to maintain staffing, but it doesn't necessarily, it can't be used for raises and things like that. I mean, is that a caveat that can be put in there, which means it would have to come out of the general fund under the economic base of the city, but it's mostly for personnel retention?
Right, that would come out as a policy. So the council, just like if you decided to create a committee, if you decided where it was going to be spent. So those are ballot questions that would say, we want it spent on public safety and to pay down the UAL. So then as a policy, you could then direct it also in more finite and say, it will only go to X, Y, and Z.
Gotcha.
And then that's when the finance department would typically come out and either report to council, report to an oversight committee and say, here's where it went to, and then they would have all the documentation.
Thank you very much. I think it's be prudent to, again, hold the city accountable, which is you and your staff, and you guys are doing a great job. It looks like with Dean. Dean, thank you so much for the clarity, and Jim, for the clarity on the budget, because it's easily understood by the public, but we just want you guys to balance your budget first, not a hypothetical, because it could go the other way also. People don't have a crystal ball.
Councilmember Cordova.
I think that if we passed the tax measure and it went in, it would only impact our current budget that we're supposed to be working on for the final phase of that budget. So focusing our attention on the tax right now, I think, is the wrong idea. I would rather focus on, my commitment is to fund police and to fund fire and figure out a way to do that by looking at our existing resources. So that's another point that has me conflicted is that by focusing on the tax measure right now, it's only going to fund the final phase of whatever this budget is going to be. So it's not going to save this budget. It will help the next budget, absolutely.
So hearing most of council, I'm going to make a recommendation. Unfortunately, it sounds like the majority of council would prefer a budget with cuts. So I will make the motion that you bring back a 1921 budget showing all the cuts that are needed in order to have a balanced budget. I would like to add a caveat that you bring back what that 1 cent sales tax would look like, the different options for us to go to ballot either as a special election or in 2020, because we are going to need that additional revenue no matter what. If the public paid attention to Mr. Albro's presentation, We are not receiving enough money in the general fund to make our payments to CalPERS. We are always going to fall short on that, and we will never get ahead of that. And every time we make a payment to CalPERS, we lose the money in the general fund, and the general fund, as I will repeat, is police, fire, library, and parks. So every time we make that payment, there is no longer funds to pay for those 4 areas and improve them, make better pay, retain them, invest in them. So we need to look at generating revenue. It is our job, absolutely, if that funding is passed, to hold it accountable, to direct it, to hold staff accountable on where that is, and for you as the public to hold us accountable. So my motion is that staff bring back a budget based on cuts and a proposal for bringing forward the 1 cent sales tax, both options, both a special election and in 2020.
Mayor, for
Yes.
clarification, so on the sales tax that Councilmember Cordova mentioned, what was in there was to go with a November 2020. So that was a very end result. If you did do a special tax or a special election, you could do it much sooner for that clarification.
I personally would prefer it much sooner, but realizing that there are those on the dais who are not comfortable with that motion yet and seem to need more details lined out for them, I think it would be educational to bring back the 1 cent sales tax options.
So I've been writing as we're talking. So
Sure.
for the April 17th, because we won't have the whole budget done by that time, I mean, I'd love to, but to bring back what that would be as best as possible with the reductions, having the department heads, I can have them one at a time, discuss what would be going on. The same time, taking and discussing what you had just said about the taxes. What would the options be for that proposal, timeline, whatever. I think Councilmember Mosby talked about TOT. We can start creating some background on what that would also look like. And someone had said something about one of the other items, I think it was utility users, but we can just throw that up there as a brief one. But
Well, and I realize you probably won't have the tax information ready for necessarily this first special meeting, that you'll probably focus on the budget first
Right.
because that's a priority. And given there isn't support for that actual tax measure right away, but I think it's something that needs to remain on the table and we need to discuss it, we need to be proactive about it, and it needs to be done in tandem with the budget, so.
So, and the one we have to remember too is if we go with the reductions, they start, essentially, if we get it done on time, July 1st was when, reductions would then begin. So it's not something you can just quickly stop and then try and regroup. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that.
Councilmember Vega.
Just a comment here. I'm okay with coming back with a balanced budget, but I won't support anything that brings the TOT or the taxes back without some sort of a gap in between, so we can do this with clear thought and not have this thing scratching at our neck.
That's what the clarification with the city manager was.
Well, again, I don't want the tax brought back. I won't support that in the next meeting with the balanced budget.
Correct. That was the discussion that I had just now with the city manager, that the first thing that would be brought back at the special budget meeting would be the cut budget, and that at a future meeting would bring back the tax
The initial,
options.
yeah, it won't have all the details because we won't have quite enough time to finish it, but it does give us the direction now.
I'd like the direction to be not with the future meeting to bring back the tax. I think we need to take another bite at it.
Councilmember Cordova.
I disagree with that. I'm not going to that particular side of the fence. I would like to see a budget for me to just say cuts, that's not what I'm looking for either. I would like to see a budget where city and staff can identify areas of where our resources could be better used. We've identified the need and the priority for the community to have police and fire, so cutting is not my answer. I feel that we need to take a realistic approach at looking at this. I realize that we have some income issues, but also I'd like to see a budget where we try and at least think of ways of getting revenue into the city, whether it be by grants or whether it be by ensuring that we have the proper people in place to be able to go out and do the economic development to continue to increase our revenues. That's what I'd like to see. I don't want to see a budget where you just present cuts to me, because that's not what I think that the community's asking for either. And I do want to see the tax measure brought, because I think that the public does want the opportunity to vote on that.
Councilmember Mosby.
I would go with Councilmember Vega's motion to go through. I think there's still plenty of time that if we can't get through this, that you have an opportunity to come back with this. I brought some questions about potentially saving some money with financing and funding PERS a different direction. I haven't heard back from the assemblyman yet, but hopefully there's other alternatives that are out there. I think it's prudent for us to look at it, because what we're looking at right now, what we have presented, is a budget fully staffed every position with all raises in place. And I think it's unfair to go out there and to go to the public and say, hey, we're taking more, you work for us. City Hall no longer works for the public. And I think we need to step that way forward first. And we still have time, within a year or so, you could still come back with this one. And you still have time to put it on the general election in 2020. So I will actually put my neck out there and duplicate what Councilmember Vega says, but I will ask for this. So the budget come forward with no tax measures and have this come back a year from now for discussion. So it's kind of a compromise between the two of yours to have it come back. Well, I'll just piggyback on his motion, so it's amending his motion. So I'll make that motion.
Councilmember Vega didn't actually make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion as such. Come back as we're moving forward, with no anticipated new tax revenues, with the budget moving forward in that direction.
No new taxes in the budget.
No new taxes.
Balance it without the tax.
Yes. And then coming back with,
A year from
piggyback
now.
on there, a year from now, you come back with this again.
And what you mean when you say this is the sales?
The current staff report we're discussing, that has all the components on it.
Got it.
Okay?
I think a year is too long to wait for discussing of taxes. I can see getting through a budget and looking at what it looks like without any additional revenue, but I don't think waiting a year is prudent.
Okay, I made a motion. Is there a second?
Do we have a second?
I could. Can I make a comment?
You're more than welcome to make a comment.
You can amend it if you want
You know, I get it, and I understand, Councilman Mosby. I'd like us to have the discussion a little bit sooner. I'm okay with the motion in a year, but again, I want to make sure that the public, we're hearing the public, and we do at least have the discussion. We shouldn't refrain and be afraid of having the discussion, but I want the city to understand that we'd like them to bring us back a balanced budget without the caveat of having to pass the tax the same meeting. So I think a year is kind of, in my estimation, maybe a little bit long. So I'm just thinking to myself, maybe we should have that in the next couple months, but...
Let's do the budget first. I'll if I can, address my motion, just that you come back with the budget without a tax.
Yeah, and then we take another look at the tax, because I think it's prudent to go ahead and look and see what we can do, because, anyway, that would be, I have to concur with the other thoughts here on the dais. I think we should do that. We should have that adult conversation, whether we like it or not.
Okay. Well, a council member can bring this back at any time with two others anyway, so I won't complicate my motion. Just have a budget come back without predicated on the passage of taxes.
I think that's what I would support. That way we can bring it back immediately afterwards.
Right.
So is that a second to his motion, Councilmember Vega?
That's a second to the motion I said, right? Did he second me or did I second him?
The motion on the table was Councilmember Mosby's motion to bring back a budget with no taxes, no new taxes.
That's a second.
Any additional discussion? Let's vote. And that passes 3-2. We'll take a 10-minute break. agenda.
She does a roundup program on, so, you know.
No, we talked. Item 9 is discussion concerning formation of a nonprofit organization to fund city projects. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I forgot I was going to do this one, so I apologize. I was focused on the budget portion of it. So question came up about a nonprofit, more for an overall city nonprofit, not specialized in certain areas or anything. So if someone wanted to donate to the city, they can right now, but it makes it a little easier to donate to a nonprofit from a tax situation for the IRS. So it says, you know, the staff recommends the city council review the provided information, direct staff whether to proceed with forming a nonprofit. There's different portions in here that on how you would seed it, how you would create it, how you would seed it. One option would be the council serves as the board for the nonprofit. This is sort of the crux of it. Option 2 is 1 or 2 council members serve on the board, but it also has non-city council members, or 3 is no city council members serve on the board. So there's ways to think about that when it comes up. If it's a nonprofit and it's the board is the city council, you have the ability to decide how you would like to spend any funds that might come into the city. If you're with the last option, then you're having the non-city council board decide where best to spend those donations that come in. And the rest of this is really just how you incorporate the files we have to send up to the state. It's creating the bylaws and whatnot. But the biggest issue with this is how would you, if we were to set this up, would you like to have the council serve as the board of the nonprofit or one of the other options?
Thank you for bringing this back. As former member of the Economic Development Committee, this was one of the issues we identified. For me, I think that it would be a good idea for it not to be the city council, but have city council appointments. My recommendation to the group, and we can open up for discussion, but to begin thinking about it, would be a 7-member appointed nonprofit board that had a requirement for an attorney, a CPA, and then 5 community members, and those be appointed by council and a staff liaison. So that would be my preference for the structure as far as how that goes. Any other feedback you're looking for from council regarding, I think the other options are pretty straightforward that you just need to do, but I think you're looking for feedback from us on the structure.
Right. We have to set bylaws up. We have to do all of that, but
Right.
It's really how would you want the board to be seated?
Okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
One of the things that concerns me about this is suddenly we're going to have a city nonprofit foundation. What would that take away from the other nonprofits in town at this point? I mean, wouldn't it be easier for us if we were to have specific public-private projects, vice a nonprofit, or even go into maybe having a small group that did just grant research and writing?
Really, the way this is set up is some individuals, it may not get a large use of it. If someone passes away and they want to donate to the city, it's easier for them to donate to a nonprofit than to the actual city, because they might say they want it specifically for an item, whatever, they want to go fix something. Once we bring it into the city, we would have to set it aside and track it and specify it. It's just, it takes a little more time, a little more effort. It can get mixed in because it would go into most likely the general fund unless we do, I don't know, looking at Dean behind me, if we have a specific trust fund account that we would put something, we do have one. From the nonprofit standpoint, they don't have to follow quite all the rules and regulations that are set up for a city to follow. So there is a little benefit there too, versus all of the steps that the city would have to go through to purchase a product or whatever.
And I think to better answer your question, Councilmember Starbuck, is it creates a partnership for potential other nonprofits in town doing projects that they'd like to partner with the city on, but it might be easier to partner with another nonprofit and actually get better funding. A lot of the modern nonprofit funders and grants look at how many partners are part of those applications or part of those funding mechanisms. And so creating a nonprofit directly associated with the city rather than the city itself might be an advantage to other nonprofits to work together to address certain issues in the community. Councilmember Mosby.
Have you had anybody offer to donate any money needing a city nonprofit recently?
I'll look behind. I have not, I mean, in my time here yet, no, I have not.
I did recently this weekend talk to a potential donor, a sizable chunk of money to something, and they wanted to know if they did have, coincidentally, have a nonprofit number. They said it would make it easier.
It does make it easier, even though a city is considered tax exempt. It just, when you have a nonprofit and that you can get the tax ID number and everything, it just makes it smooth.
I had the luxury of chairing a nonprofit for 4 years, one of the more complicated ones. It's a rough road. Have we had any other public input of people coming to you say, hey, I'd like to be on it? Has anybody heard anything like that?
No, this came up at another, I thought it was a previous council discussion.
Started out at Parks and Rec, and then we had a staff report to council, and council gave direction to return with more information about the expense of setting one up and what the structure needed to be.
Okay, I'll wait to hear public comment.
All right. Any other questions for staff?
Would this particular nonprofit have a specific, because to say, it seems a little general to me just to say to fund city projects, but what type of projects? In my experience working with nonprofits, there's usually a particular, I guess, I don't know, area that their nonprofit is working towards. So what would it just be general, like any project, or would it be specific to like something?
Well, that's where it does become more of a general instead of like a lot of times it'll be for food banks or something else. This one is really very generalized, is what the intent is. So when something does come in, if there is a sponsorship that comes in, they can donate it to this nonprofit. We can then use it for whatever purpose they suggest it should be used for. But we then don't have to create another one that specializes, say, in Parks and Rec, and one over here for the library, and one. So it'll be one generalized nonprofit.
There's a couple of different community funds that exist out there that are designed specifically to assist cities, and they do a general description in order to leave it broader to address issues rather than being so specific that you can't have a donation made unless it's to that specific entity. So that's why I think the suggestion for Lompoc Community Foundation exists, because I do know of the San Ynez Valley Foundation. There are other foundations that are broad enough that just address community-related, city-related programs, and so having the broader term allows for the donor to help direct some of it rather than just the foundation directing it all. Councilmember Vega.
Mr. Thurp, is this also a way of funding city staff time when projects do come through? I mean, is that another pipeline? It sounds like staff time, if staff time is accumulated, they can be paid through the nonprofit also, because it sounded like through the staff report that it can be recouped once everything's in place.
Question? I can't give you that answer right at the moment.
I got you. It sounds like it's pretty weak right now. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of support for it. Sounds like there's minor support, but not major support in the direction that we have right now, especially with the budget process and the other things. I think we have bigger fires to put out.
I think we need to allow for public comment, but I think it's one of the ways to address budget shortfalls, especially given that we're directing staff to come back with nothing but cuts. So having another opportunity to generate revenue through donations, because some people prefer to do it through donations, is an opportunity we shouldn't overlook. So I will go ahead and open the floor for public comment on this matter.
Good evening, council members. John Lynn. So I want to remind you that you already have two foundations. You have the Lompoc Police Foundation, the Lompoc Fire Foundation. So you have some paths for funds to come into those two portions of the city now. Quite a few years ago, a group of us thought that what we needed was an umbrella foundation that would help individual groups do a project. And so we turned to the Chamber of Commerce to see what they had, because we were actually kind of thinking we could do it through them. What we found was that their foundation was restricted to certain things, how would I say, Lompoc and Bloom goes through there, scholarship programs, so those kinds of things which are less, I don't know, maybe the library, for instance, could benefit through their program, although it could benefit through ours. So at the end of the day, we created the Lompoc Valley Parks Recreation and Pool Foundation, but the foundation doesn't really actually do anything. All we do is provide the nonprofit status and tax filing for the individual committees. Each individual committee selects their own project. They must have 10 members. They elect their own officers. They have their own checking account. They keep their own money. The only thing that they have to do is come to the board for an approval when they're going to spend money. And the board is made up of the chairman of each of these committees and the 4 officers who are elected by those same people. So the whole function of the foundation is to make it easy for a group to come in, bring in 10 members and do something. And I'm happy to report that we just took in a new committee. Several years ago, we received the donation of 83 acres of land, which surrounds the Lookout Point area. And we've just got a Lompoc Trails Committee that will be working on doing some hike and bike trails up there. So we would love to have you folks at the city. You could write your proposal. We have a board meeting on the second Monday. Assuming you have 10 members by then, I'm pretty sure you'd be approved because we've never turned anybody down. And you could have a foundation doing what you want to do in 30 days, and how you structure it is totally up to you, as long as you have 10 people that say I'm a member. If that doesn't work for you and you want some help putting your own foundation together, Al Walker and Katrina Hall and I did all the paperwork, and thank God for Al Walker, because it's a lot of work. But we still have all those documents, and we'd be delighted to help you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will Schuyler, I live in Lompoc. Need is the mother of invention. What I'm not hearing in the second or third meeting on this now is what's the grounds for this? What's the necessity of it? We have softball, we have soccer, we have the foundation that you just heard about there. You have your police foundation, your library foundation. What the hell are you building a nonprofit for what? I mean, there's a lot of cooperative agreements between the city and the public. I don't know what you're trying to take over or what need you're trying to fill. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close public comment. Oh.
I had to turn mine on first, so apologize. I'm the former finance director, but I'm up here just to provide some perspective. I grew up on the East Coast, and the town I lived in, much smaller than this, much more smaller than Guadalupe, and it was very close to New York City. So one of our founding members was a publisher in New York City. When he passed away, he created a foundation for the city that was, to your point, Councilmember Cordova, that the focus of it was for governmental and community programs. So it's a $40 million foundation that its only beneficiary is the town that grew up and the various organizations that were there. So every year, the Little League, the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts all got contributions. Half the water bill was paid for by the foundation every year. The school band got new uniforms every 4 or 5 years. And so that was a really good thing that happened that was because of the interest that the community had in that area. So I think it's fairly unique, but if we happen to have somebody in town who has that wherewithal and thinks of us, this would be a great mechanism for that person to create an endowment that could benefit the city and the nonprofits in town. So just kind of outside the box what could happen with something like this.
Thank you. Seeing no additional comments, we'll close public comments and bring it back to council. So my motion is to move forward with setting up a nonprofit with a membership that is a 7-member board that has a attorney representative, a CPA representative, and 5 members from the community. That's my motion.
I'm not sure if this would be correct, but I would be in support of that as long as instead of it being to fund city projects, that we would say to fund community projects. If that's what the money of the organization is for, then I would say to fund community projects.
And that would work.
City Attorney?
I had a question regarding your motion, Mayor. Is your intent that all the members of the board are appointed by the city council or not?
Given I'm not getting much feedback up here, that's where I would start. Again, we could design this, create the charter, and if we're having difficulties, having been on several nonprofit boards and redone the charters in order to better accommodate, I think it's a place to start.
Okay.
Councilmember Cordova.
I would feel more comfortable with having the nonprofit ran by an independent body.
Councilmember Mosby.
Obviously, budget time, I don't think we have anything in the budget to put this together, connect the dots. Do we have?
I don't know how much it would cost, sir.
But I mean, there's legal fees, there's filings.
Oh, it's.
According to the staff report, I believe it was $30 for the corporate filings. It was $850 for RRS form and $25 to the Department of Justice.
And you got to write up bylaws and several other things that you have to do. Again, I think the wisdom of Mr. Schuyler, how long does it take to process things if we need to bring this back? If somebody says, hey, I got $1.5 million for you, how long does it take to put this together?
I'm going to look to the city attorney, see if he knows.
I can't say I know the answer to that. 120 days was stated by an audience member.
A ghost in the audience. And I'm just wondering, since the budgetary aspect, I know there is legal work that has to go, especially the city's tangled with it. Everything has to be processed through legal. And along with your bylaws, you have to have sets of rules and stuff. I'm just wondering if it's just a little premature right now. Maybe it's something we're going to read back when we put a little extra money in the revenue in the.
We could probably look for bylaws. There's many other nonprofits that you could usually look at. They're very benign.
Maybe we could come back with this with a financial analysis more with what it goes through legal. I'd hate to see we need another 10 grand on here to do something like this. I don't know. Because I know there's a legal analysis component that's not diagrammed in here.
There is review by the city attorney's office and perhaps drafting of the documents by the city attorney's office.
Do you guys want to
You're
donate
saying
that to a nonprofit?
that you're saying is not reflected in the fiscal impact section. Is that what you're saying? So yes, there are staff costs of putting this together.
There's, as I say, there's some more not identified, and you know, maybe we should. This is something we could bring back at a later time with more complete. Just saying.
We can bring it back with whatever the legal costs are, but I think there's a motion still out there.
So I'm happy to amend it to have the legal costs brought back. If we can have the sample structure brought back as part of evaluating it. Councilmember Cordova.
I would support that.
Okay, so there's a second. Let's vote. And that passes 4-1. All right. The next item is options related to potential amendments to the 2030 general plan requested by Councilmember Vega. Planning Manager Brian Halverson, please.
I know it's late, so I'll try to go through this really quickly. Just a short slide show as soon as we get that on the screen. I don't know if we want to dim. Okay. Yes, as was mentioned, Mayor, members of the council, this was a council request to bring back a discussion on the general plan and some potential options and costs. So in 2017, 2018, I know some of you weren't here, but the council wanted us to just do some general updates and the status of the general plan, so we did that. And actually, one of those presentations is attached to the staff report. In both of those presentations, there was an emphasis on public participation. Obviously, the general plan is a vision document, the constitution, if you will, of the community, and it's really the vision of the community, so public participation is very important. Last January, we gave some options just to see how we could move forward with this item, and those options included wait until we have a hearing for the zoning ordinance, which we did. We had that on the 19th, and like the council know that we are doing diligent research on the wine industry. We'll be bringing that back in May, but I'll come to Planning Commission first in April. Option 2 is return with costs on potential amendments. That's where we are tonight. And option 3 was holding a workshop. There's some items that have been from time to time been brought up, and so those items are included in your staff report on what these potential amendments might include, such as there's statements in the general plan that are shall statements, and there are statements that are should. The shall are obviously you must do it. It's usually a legal requirement, or it's something the community really, really wants. The should is more we'd like to do it, encourage you, the city to do it, but it's not necessarily required. Also, there's been discussions in the past about the validity or how important the economic development element is. Going back, talking to our consultant, it was a controversial element at the time when it got incorporated into our general plan. And then lastly is, from time to time, there's been discussions, and I included in your staff report an old 1997 circulation map that showed the East Central Avenue extension. Of course, we've talked a lot about money this evening, and right now for this particular project there is no budget. And one of the big items would be environmental review. This is not a project that would be exempt. We would need to bring a consultant in to do the environmental review. I did talk to a consultant just to get kind of a broad brush cost. If we did another addendum, I think we're on either 6 or 7 addendums on our EIR that we did for the general plan. They estimated at $25,000. It's just an estimate. It could be less, could be more, depending on the range of the amendments to the general plan, and of course EIR, the one that most people don't want to do, it would be costly, $50,000 to $100,000. I already mentioned there's no budget for the project, but one thing I would like to volunteer for that we could do with our existing staffing is to just start off with an initial public workshop. It could be in here, just kind of like we did for some of the zoning ordinance update, and get some input from the community, especially regarding some of the items I put on the screen tonight, to see if that is something the community wants, and other items that the community that we just don't know would like to see amended in the general plan. And then following that workshop, we could bring it back to the council and outline a scope of those amendments, and then the council could consider that and how they wanted to move forward. So recommendation tonight is to direct staff on how to proceed. Obviously, I've given some suggestions this evening, but regarding those potential amendments, we do need some direction at this point. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that any of the council members have at this time.
Councilmember Vega.
Brian, thank you so much. Actually, it was a good council request, and I was waiting for this. Moving forward for any kind of return on investment and growth and being business friendly, I think the document here is very important to know that this is the guiding document for you and building, basically, for development. And if I'm wrong, maybe you could correct me, okay? Do you guys reference this document for everything that comes in, or every new development or building, or any kind of environmental impact that it may have on outlying areas, such as the Bailey Corridor?
That is correct.
Okay. So what I've done in my research here is saying that, hey, if we could go through this one bite at a time to see where we can improve our document to make us more business friendly, encourage building, encourage businesses to come here. Some of the amendments that are in this document or in this general plan, there are like 7. Anyway, there's 7 categories, or if I'm not
The elements.
mistaken. Yeah, elements. Okay, so we have elements, but basically what I'm looking for is any adjustments, such as text amendments, where we can make minor changes to give you more latitude in moving us forward, Brian. We're here to help work with you, so any input that you have would be great. I think we're all striving to make this community a little bit better, more business friendly, more development friendly. If you look, Glad, I'd like to add the land use element is one of the elements that wasn't brought up before. And I think that if you look at all the restrictions and policies that were probably pretty old, we have many, many land use elements that are restrictive outside of our urban limit line. And it would be nice if we could come back and get a discussion and description in today's time, and wondering whether they're valid or they should be still in there. Many of these documents, such as city ordinances and policies and laws, have gone through years and years and years, and we come back, and sometimes there's a resistance because city staff comes up with an ordinance or a law, or we reference state law. It's not fair to you guys, and it's not fair to the movement of anybody that wants to build here. We have a housing element, we have land use element, and there's some restrictions here that just don't seem that they're conducive to helping us move forward. So if you want any examples, I can give you some examples, but I think we're here just to move forward. The public comment aspect of this, is that a necessary element of this? Or is this something we can just have a workshop and just move forward by seeing what can be done within the parameters of the budget that we do have? I think you had mentioned before that maybe some minor text amendments wouldn't trigger any kind of EIR impact.
I would agree, but it's really depends on how specific that is and what those amendments are. But answering your first question, yeah, I think having that workshop would be a good first start. And
also these that we have the right to do how many element amendment or amendments to the general plan? 4 times a year,
yes,
but it's really kind of pie in the sky if we can't afford to do it. Correct?
Correct.
Because if every time we come up here and we can't afford to do it, then you're basically telling us we can't afford to do it. I mean, it's simple, right? Yeah. So why are we doing this? So why do we have 4 times that we can come and change elements in the general plan if there's no money or there's no funding for this, or we always have to hire a consultant to do this?
Yeah, some of those should be reserved for applicants, developers, et cetera, that come in. For example, the best example that was just before the council was the CHC. So that was zoned for housing, and it was changed to a commercial designation to allow that medical clinic to go in. So you always want to keep some of those open, so if someone comes in with some great project or project that council would like to see, then you can accommodate it because you have that 4 per year.
A question for you would be our urban limit line, our outskirts of our city for the public, that's the boundaries of city limits. Why would we have restrictions and rules in place for protection of areas outside of our urban limit line in our general plan?
Well, that's a big
No,
topic.
maybe it's a great topic. I mean, maybe you need a whole workshop for this.
Yeah.
But it looks like someone actually was protecting something once upon a time that has no bearing on it. It's almost like we're protecting county property when actually that's the county's job to protect their own property.
Yeah, one of the big issues, sorry to interrupt, but one of the big issues that I'm grappling with is we have ag around us. And so one of the things, when I say grappling, I mean we're sitting down with county staff and also LAFCO. And because we're surrounded by ag and there's policies both in the county and even our own policies, like you said, in the land use element to protect ag, that actually is something in there that those lines are there for that protection and to preserve ag. And so we're always going to, and a lot of cities north and south of us deal with the same issue, there's always going to be that potential for it to be a very controversial item as the city wants to grow. So those lines are there partly for protection of ag and natural resources and things of that sort.
It looks like it's a restriction that allows growth in Lompoc that's kind of triggered by county supervisors and LAFCO to be against expansion. And it sounds like the city bought into it once upon a time to protect our urban limit line from moving. So I just like us to take a look at this. I don't expect all these answers here.
Yeah, no, these are really good questions.
But these are things that could benefit us. We have the economic development element of the general plan there's some people that would support this, but there's some people that don't understand that there's a budgetary item tied to this. And as we're looking at the budget, I think we should look at these elements because that was an optional element that someone put in there, and it's used as a tool to fund different entities. And I don't know that the results mandate that we keep it in the general plan.
Yeah, it's a good point, and that would be a topic that would be very easy to do a presentation and have that workshop and just explain. Lompoc is unique in that it has a city limit line, an urban limit line, and then of course a sphere of influence. But a lot of cities just have 2. They have a city limit line and they have a sphere of influence. We have 3. So that could be a good discussion at a public workshop. And
thank you. I appreciate it. And Brian, in your experience, you worked in Santa Maria and you worked in other areas, okay? Was the general plan similar in other areas that you've worked in as far as protecting outside the urban limit line in a way that county supervisors and LAFCO were using it as a tool to prevent expansion? It didn't seem to work too good in Santa Maria. It looks like they're expanding anyway. But what was the process that was used? Just lightly, if you've seen any of those restrictions in other general plans.
Yeah, so working in Santa Maria for 16 and a half years, just like Lompoc, they wanted to grow. Right before I left 2.5 years ago, I was looking at areas on the east side of Santa Maria that they wanted to grow. But no, the same restrictions, the same thing applies in Santa Maria and Lompoc, and they're dealing with the same thing as far as having those growing pains. They want to grow. I've explained to the city manager one of the things that Santa Maria, I think, did well, and it was way before I even was employed with them, is they did a sphere and annexation study. So they did that in the 90s, and what they did is that paved way for a lot of growth in Santa Maria over the last 25 years. And actually, that study probably will literally fuel growth in Santa Maria for probably a total of 50 years, just doing the math and seeing how that city has grown. So one thing that could be looked at is possibly doing another sphere and annexation study for Lompoc if we do want to really look at growth for the future, not just 10, not just 15, but like 30 to 40, 50 years out. But it is going to be challenging, and that sphere study that was done in Santa Maria in the 90s, it was done in a different time period. I think it's actually more difficult now to expand than it is back then, because they actually grew on a lot of ag land, and a lot of people say, well, why aren't we able to grow a little bit more?
Well, with your help, we would love to make this the actual business-friendly and the tourism capital with some development. If you've seen, the housing numbers are low, the opportunities are low. The examples that we're putting on the previous presentation, as far as all the cities that were thriving, the only one that was actually a good example was Guadalupe. Everything else was off the 101. So basically, Guadalupe is basically the poster child for here in my mind, as far as for their growth and development, and what's their envelope and what's their restrictive capacity, because we are off the beaten path, but we need those hooks, so to speak, to bring people here for tourism and to get people to come here, And I guess so we have to work on it one bite at a time, Brian, but I think using the 101 as a path, for example, we've used so many examples here for people that are growing outside of our city, and it's not really, they're not like for like. Lompoc is a little bit different, so we have to think a little bit different, and some of our amenities we need to bring in need to be sized for our community, but it doesn't mean they have to be on the lower end. We can actually raise the bar slowly, in my mind, as far as bringing amenities and other things here, but we have to allow the developers and the people coming in here to come in here and know that in the general plan it says we must provide business incentives. I'd like to know what they are, and I'm sure they would like to know what they are. So basically in the general plan, it lists all the things that we should be doing that probably we just need to make ourselves more aware, and in our learning curve, we work with you and the city manager, our planning, and our building department to see what we can do so we can make it better. So we can create that revenue stream that's so necessary right here for everyday economics. I think the normal city should be sustainable. We're having a tough time here being sustainable on normal economic growth. So everything we do with the ROI, which is return on investment, we should do everything with knowing what we're getting back for it instead of just throwing money out the window. I think Lompoc depends on it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any other questions and direction for staff as far as a workshop?
Councilmember Mosby.
Just quick question. As an example, and compounding on what Councilmember Vega said, and just going through the land use element, there's probably at least 15 or 20 items in here that are shalls, and as shalls, they're quite. I think it'd make it very difficult to annex some of the properties that are trying to be annexed because they're conflicting with our general plan. What would it cost to change a shall to a should on some of these?
Yeah, that I don't know at this moment, but once we got a consultant on board and kind of dug in, we could get a better price.
Because I think we're going to have some of these changes in order to do what we're trying to do. Maybe, like you shall protect prime agricultural lands. I mean, I think that's very restrictive. Maybe the city attorney can answer the complexity of a shall to that level. Kind of is very restrictive for us, isn't it?
Yes, because any land use approval does need to be consistent with the general plan. Anything the city does has to be consistent with the general plan. So if you have a shall in there, it does limit what you can do as opposed to a should.
So I think we need to maybe look at this sooner than later, because I think there's layers of complexity in here that are going to make it very difficult. And I appreciate and I thank you for reading the numbers earlier. They're very telling of what's been happening to our community with very few, basically no housing in the last 3 years of growth. In this document, it's going to make it that much more difficult. So I think, we need to figure out how to make this more harmonious with what we need to do.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of the restrictions for why we're not seeing housing is some of the projects that were entitled kind of in the heydays, like the River Terrace and other areas, they're not penciling out for developers. They're either trying to sell those projects But, we have them on the books and they could build them, but they're choosing not to. And, that's kind of frustrating for the Lompoc community because we do want to see more housing. We do want to see some more construction. But that's something that is really, really hard for us to control because that developer chose that design. They got that entitlement. They want to keep it, but they're just not moving forward with the project. So, we've had numerous meetings with these developers, and it's just, it can be very difficult.
I'm thinking more of the westward expansion components. That's what I'm thinking, people who are capable of doing the developments right away, so.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Brian, is, element 7, our land use element here, is doing nothing conducive to get us in front of LAFCO. It's actually going to give LAFCO the ability to say, well, you're out of compliance with what you have in your general plan. That's what is going to happen here.
Councilmember Vega.
So Brian, a little guidance here on what we can do in short term. I think that there's a huge return on our investment here with any slight cost. I mean, we're not trying to spend a lot of money, but I think any cost that we can attribute to moving forward development-wise and allowing some of the restrictions to move out of the way, and anything that we can do to ease the fact that LAFCO says yes or no, which is normally they say no in Lompoc, for sustainability. So anything we can do there on the minor end, I think is going to be a huge return on our investment. I just think it hasn't been looked at in so long, and we're overlooking some of the main business development sources because of rules and restrictions here that are right in front of our face. And thank you so much for telling me, hey, this is your Bible, so to speak. This is what you go to when someone wants to bring in a new development or wants to build in any capacity. So it's really prudent for us to take a hard look at this to see what we can do with your guidance, of course, to see what we can do to do things within the laws and the shalls versus the shoulds, because the shalls is basically going to tell them no. It's basically saying no, or saying you have to. That's what it's basically saying. That's okay. Correct. So I think a little bit of latitude and leeway on your half to allow staff to make those judgment calls. Otherwise, you're going to make the call according to the general plan.
Am I hearing that you would be open to a workshop, and then we could start talking about some of these items and the shoulds and the shalls and a variety of things in the land use element? Is that something that how you want to move forward, or because we do need to get some public participation on some of these ideas?
So I think we need to open the floor to public comment,
okay,
and then we can bring it back to council to determine how we move forward. So I'll open the floor to public comment.
Sue Copeland. Yeah, this is one thing I was waiting for. And I am definitely in favor of having a workshop. We've already had one before, I remember a year or two ago. And we went over, I remember talking about these shells, and we need to get rid of these so that we can expand. So in the Appendix A, land use 3 and 6 are restricting us from expanding. We already, and then there's 7 different land use line items that are talking about infill. Well, we've pretty much filled in. We have to expand if we're going to increase our housing, and definitely if we're going to increase on our business and commercial use. So, thank you.
Thank you.
John Lynn, Lompoc resident. So just quickly, my recollection from we went through the general plan process, and Councilmember Starbuck can correct me, that was fully funded through money that had been set aside from development. And I don't know how much money we have in that fund now. We pretty well used it up when we did the general plan, but we have had some minor developments since then. I'm thinking there may be a little bit of money in there, and I think that's something the council should look at. Workshops on the general plan are very problematic because it's an extremely complex document. I consider myself pretty knowledgeable, but that's the one document I have more trouble with than any other. So it's good to get public input, but really the 5 of you need to make a decision. And the element in there that has the biggest impact on where we are today and where we're trying to go is the land use element. I would be pretty excited if you guys set time for maybe a workshop of y'all and take some public comment, but even just putting it back on the agenda for our council meeting in the near term where staff could tell you, A, is there money in the bank? You could then come up with some ideas so they could figure out what it's going to cost to do it. And it seems like listening to you that you're all kind of on the same page here. I think it could be done very quickly, and I think that would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could. When we went to do the general plan update, we actually didn't have enough money, and we took a loan out from the insurance company, insurance fund. We've since collected about $13,000. It's about $42,000 balance due to the insurance fund for the study that we have done already.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Albro. Seeing no additional public comments, I'll close the floor. I absolutely agree that the land use element definitely needs to be reviewed and reviewed quickly. So rather than putting it down to either a workshop or to another council agenda item, I'd like to recommend an ad hoc committee of 2 council members interested in reviewing that along with city staff, so that feedback could be brought back to all of us and maybe progress this quickly enough to know what the costs would be and what those impacts might be because of what we have determined we think needs to be happening. I know that ad hoc could either be just the 2 council members and staff. It could be a public meeting where comments are made. That's up to the ad hoc to determine that, but that would be my recommendation, is that we have an ad hoc committee on the land use element.
I concur, and unless everybody's beating the door down to be on it, I'll volunteer unless someone else wants it.
Councilmember Starbuck.
No, well, since I'm kind of to blame because I approved it originally, I would go ahead and work on it with you. I mean, I've had a lot of heartburn with a couple of little line items throughout the general plan, but particularly this land use element. So if there was to be an ad hoc, I would sit on it with you.
Okay. So we have a motion for an ad hoc. We have 2 volunteers. Any further discussion? Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 11, discussion of medical facility exemption for water softener requirements requested by Councilmember Vega, Utility Director Brad Wilkie to present.
Good evening. I'm the last one between going home. So this is actually a fairly short staff report, and it's in the evaluation, there was only really one thing that was found within the city's code that would provide some guidance on what could be done with a medical facility exemption. So some background. The wastewater plant is operated under 2 orders, one from the state and one from the federal government, and they were issued back in 2012. And currently we're acting under a temporary order from the State Regional Water Board because they're evaluating our current application for the next 5-year permit. So other than that, we're acting on a permit that has expired, but it's their process that they're going through to try to get through, and they're behind on pretty much every application. But under the 2012 permit, we have 3 basic levels that we have to maintain for total dissolved solids, chlorides, and sodium, which is basically salts. And I have the limits down there that are in our permit. The first one, the TDS, is 1,100 milligrams per liter. Chloride is 250 milligrams per liter, and sodium is 270 milligrams per liter. And I'm putting that out there just to give a kind of a frame of reference, because we have to report to the water board on a quarterly basis, and over the last several years we've been fairly close to those limits. We don't know what the limits will be in the next permit. We don't know when the next permit's going to come out. The expectation might be in the December, January timeframe, so it's still 6-7 months out. The reason there is a prohibition on water softeners now is because of a action that was taken by a previous council to prohibit the installation of both commercial and residential water softeners unless they meet a certain California Health and Safety Code, section 116785. And in addition to that, California state law requires in order for the city to regulate water softeners or prohibit residential water softeners, it must also regulate commercial water softeners to the extent technologically and economically feasible. So having said that, because we already have the prohibition on residential, if we did not regulate commercial water softeners, we would not be able to enforce our prohibition on residential water softeners. So to get to the point that was requested by Councilmember Victor Vega, the code section in the Health and Safety Code that talks about the levels of that can be used, there's one section that talks about the grains of hardness that could be removed per pound of salt used, and those limits are provided for softeners that are installed either after January 1st of 2000 or January 1st of 2002, so roughly 16 to 18 years ago. So if anybody has a industrial standard, industrial water softener that meets those standards, then they're effectively grandfathered in from that health and safety code. Other than that exception that's referred to in our code, there were no other exemptions or leeway that we could find in any other areas of federal or state regulations or even within our permit. There's a little bit more in the staff report, but I think that was the crux of what was asked for. So there is a ability for people to have the water softeners as long as they meet those criteria that's within that health and safety code. So.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Mr. Wilkie, I'm going to assume that this has to deal with the dialysis center.
I believe it is. That was not the request. The request was generically medical facilities.
We'll just use them as an example then. One of the things that is not here in this staff report is how many people receive dialysis. I'm going to say that every time I go by there are a lot of people, and I know a lot of people that are on dialysis. So basically, we want to take away a dialysis clinic to meet some state overreach on sodium in the water. Why don't we go up to Vandenberg Village and tell them to not use water softeners that discharge into our effluent? Why are we going to go after this one little thing here? It's easy. I say give them the exemption and let the state bite it, you know?
I don't think this item is about an action, but one of the things I didn't mention in here is if we don't meet our permit limitations, then we could be cited for a violation, which could have a monetary effect to the city's general fund from fines.
Well, we just stop receiving high sodium waste from the village. That would keep us within limits.
And we're working towards that. We also have requirements within our permit that specifically talk about commercial businesses. So we're required to have permits with certain dischargers. And
have we contacted anybody at this regional water board, or are they too busy?
They've actually come to visit because of this issue.
Councilmember Mosby.
So it sounds to me like we have people already discharging and we're meeting our requirements. So we may be more of a complexity of addition of any new establishments.
Yeah, if we give that particular organization a exemption, that exemption probably would not be able to be given to a second dialysis clinic that would come into town, for instance, because they would have to come under the new rules because they don't have a, if they meet that exemption of 2002 or 2000, there wouldn't be any exemption that we'd have to grant because they fall within that limitation, and I don't know if they do or not. But a new company coming into town would likely not have access to a 2002 version water softener, so they would have to meet the higher level requirements anyway. And then you would create a competitive advantage and disadvantage between competitors.
Well, you could just freeze it. I mean, that happens all the time, putting limits on things and stopping unless somebody else, or they could buy somebody else's permits or another process. So I think.
Well, that brings up a great point, because there is a commercially available solution that the dialysis center could have that would meet all the limitations we're talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is with the current operations right now and the way they're operating right now, we're meeting their standards, right? With them operating currently?
From the information we've gotten, if they were under permit, which they're supposed to be, they would be exceeding their permit limits.
I'm talking about us regionally as the whole plant. Is it making it, with
Yes.
them dumping the way they are currently right now? Because I imagine they're still in operation, right?
I haven't heard any.
Whoever's operating in town, without specifying, we are meeting our standards currently.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is if we're doing okay now, and if somebody's there, you could allow a level of grandfathering with what's happening right now in the medical establishments. Would that be
Not
something?
sure what you mean by grandfathering.
Well, you're in business currently, this date, nothing new forward, but you're here, there. Now, you're built established and we're not in violation. Grandfather means you're already established, right?
This report was not done with any specific entity in mind, so I did not do any research to find out if this particular entity meets this exemption.
And I'm just
And if they
speaking-
do, then they already meet that exemption. So if they have that type of water softener that meets the exemption that is provided for in the Health and Safety Code.
Okay, well, us as policymakers, do we have the ability to modify the policy so to allowing a facility that's already operating today to be considered to be grandfathered in?
That's what that Health and Safety Code section already does, I believe.
It puts a date, but I'm talking about putting a date as yesterday. Because you have a 2000 and a 2002 date. Can we change that date?
Councilmember
That's
Mosby.
in the Health and Safety Code. It's not our municipal code that has a date in it. It's in the Health
Councilmember
and Safety
Mosby.
Code.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Wilkie. I think what you're asking is whether the council can decide that any business operating today is in compliance. And from now on, if a new business starts operating, they'll need to come into compliance with the rules. But you want to, I think what you're saying is grandfather in every business that's existing today?
Well, the medical, we were referencing medical.
Every
yes.
medical business that's
Yes.
existing today based
Yeah.
on its current discharge levels?
I'm just asking if that could be done. I'm not making a motion.
I think that we would need to do an analysis of whether doing that would cause violations of our permit, and then have a recommendation based on that analysis.
Okay, thank you.
And from what I understand, in addition to that, if we do make something, if the council does do a policy that affects the wastewater treatment plant, that would be something that the water board would be required, we would be required to notify the water board of that action. So.
Councilmember Mosby.
And I guess what I'm getting at is trying to get to the level, how can we, and not be, no, we can't. So that's what I'm trying to see. Because understanding what the groundwater was, and I think at the last Utility Commission meeting, they had an analysis of all the wells. And this water that we're releasing here, other than the sodium and the chloride components, but the TDS component, you're putting a lot better water back into the ground out here than you're taking out. I mean, some of your wells were 1,900 part per million TDS. I mean, you're talking, so I think we're doing a heck of a job. We're putting higher quality water than many times is percolating into our basin. So I think we're not necessarily destroying the environment, but again, I'm trying to find a way to get to yes and not always say no. So maybe you can help me out there.
I think that yes is in that code section because I don't know what that particular organization, what their piece of equipment is and what it, whether it meets those standards that are in that health and safety code.
Councilmember Vega.
Appreciate your comments, Councilman Mosby. I see what the goal here is, and again, it's generic from what the staff report is, but we were mostly looking at the medical facility, and that was the medical facility that was intended, even though it wasn't named out. As far as the grandfather or the exemption that you were talking about, I believe they went into business in 1999 or something like that, is what I heard or remember, the kidney dialysis center. And the numbers for the permit, this according to the wastewater superintendent, the previous one, are numbers that are formulated by wastewater itself or you guys from what I understand, okay? I don't know that someone's mandating you a certain percentage. I think you have to turn in numbers and somehow, and again, we're all on the same page here, I get it. I'm just trying to work through the medical facility, you know, the Vandenberg Village and everything else that you have here. I mean, I applaud the work that wastewater is doing, but the life and death situation and the fact that they've been in business for so long, the medical exemption that you post here is basically after 2000 or 2001 or something here. So I guess my question, and maybe you're not prepared to answer this, is where are we at on the dialysis center as far as any movement? That would probably get right to it.
Councilmember Vega.
Yes, sir.
As I understand it, there is a current enforcement action pending against the dialysis center. Is that correct, Mr. Wilkie?
I believe so, yes.
So that is something that could come to the council on an appeal. So we really should not be discussing right now without the full public notice to the business that there is going to be an appeal hearing before the council. The enforcement action essentially against that business. This was an agenda item that was requested to discuss exemptions in the law for medical facilities from water softener requirements and not any specific business. So we can talk in general terms about that, but I don't want to get into talking about a specific code enforcement case that's currently pending when it could come to the council on an appeal.
I got you. And you know what, in general, if that facility is, or a facility is pre-2000, it sounds like there is an exemption in place somewhere.
It's not the facility, it's the piece of equipment that is
The piece of
causing-
equipment is what we're talking about, where we're talking about salts. So in general,
if they haven't changed it out since 1999, then, and if it was put into place with those, underneath those limits, then there isn't, according to that code section, they would be exempt.
So, Mr. City Attorney, how do we change this around and how do we bring this back in a way that we can actually discuss this? Or because of a potential code violation or a letter that was sent out to many of these businesses, that means that any of these businesses in the city that received a code violation from wastewater cannot be discussed at council?
Well, they can certainly be discussed at a council meeting if they appeal the violation and the appeal goes to the council. That's the appropriate time for the council to discuss whether they want to uphold their appeal or deny the appeal. But while the action is pending and staff is handling the pending enforcement action, a public meeting by the body that's going to be the appeal board for that enforcement action is premature. We can talk about policy. We can talk about the rules that are in our municipal code.
So we have an appeal policy that has been explained to anyone that received a violation notice on how they can appeal to council. Is that correct? Has that been clarified along with a violation letter to any businesses in general that have received a code violation? Is the appeal process transparent?
The appeal process is in our code. There's no requirement in the code for our notices of violation to contain a description of what the appeal process is, but the appeal process is in our code.
And I do believe at a later date, I don't believe the first letters mentioned anything about, here's your notice of violation, but here's how you appeal it. It just stated what the violation was. I think as we had more discussion later, correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, but didn't we, I believe we added in there, here's if you wanted to appeal, here's how you can do that. And that might have been for grease traps, but I think we added the appeal process in.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, it's an open-ended discussion that needs to be continued.
Thank you, Brad. Public comment?
So while Stacy's passing it down, I will tell you that one business did come to City Hall with their check and their letter to appeal, and they were told they could not appeal, that no one knew how. I asked Mr. Wilkie last Monday at the Utility Commission, and he didn't know how. And through a series of emails, we still don't know how. And I have not seen a letter that described the appeal process. So what I'm giving you this evening are some copies out of this report, which is a report to the regional board on the various constituents of the wastewater. And what you will see in the graphs in there is that we are not now, nor have we been in the recent past, anywhere near violating in either chlorine or sodium. In sodium, we have a limit of 270. We're running about 210, which is 78%. And in chlorine, we're running about 190 against a permitted level of 250, which is 76%. So the statement that any of these things resulted from the fact that the plant was in violation are simply not true or in danger of being in violation. Additionally, reviewing all of these documents, and I got just as many more in the office, there's no evidence that the regional board has taken any action with regard to sodium or chloride. The other thing to remember is that all of these businesses are in the background count that exists now. They've been putting salt in for all these years, so they're there. If you look at this report, which is kind of a fun one, it identifies the fact that the total amount of salts coming in from the industrial side is less than 7%, and from home water softeners, most recently was updated to, I think it was 4%. The vast majority of our salt comes from the groundwater that Mr. Mosby mentioned. We have a lot of salt, and the salt in our groundwater has gone up dramatically over the years because of the reduced river flow from Kachuma. Also, at the very back of this are 2 pages of our municipal code dealing with water softeners. You will note that the first section, which I could go into great length, but has to do with residential softeners, doesn't require anything to be taken out. It just limits what can be put in. And the same thing is true of commercial softeners. So when all the hotels were told they had to take their softeners out, that was not in fact true. There is nothing in state law that required that. We're not in danger of violating our permit. And if any of you would like to read more than you ever wanted to know about salt in the wastewater system, I invite you to come by and borrow this stack of documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we will table this until potentially a revisit, depending on appeals process, it sounds like. Written communications.
Nothing.
Final oral communications of 2 minutes on any matter for the city to address.
Nick Gonzalez, resident of Lompoc. Recently, I made a public records request for emails, and the reason that I made that request is because it is my belief that our code enforcement system is broken and that we have individuals using anonymous identities to indirectly file code complaints against the policies and procedures that are in place. I'm going to prepare the documents and present them, and then I would expect this to be brought back to the council, consider the policy, and the policy be revised so that this type of abuse is not allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Copeland. Just wanted to finish, since I ran out of time at the beginning, that shortly after the termination of the ENA, the city manager told the public in his 2016 State of the City address that the city had other plans for the property out by Allen Hancock. And to me, that really looks like a violation of the ENA that was there with the California Space Center, that the city appeared to already be making other plans for that land. Now, the city did eventually unveil those plans, and which to me looks like then the RFQ would appear to have been dropped, since they had finished and chosen to look another direction. So that brings me back to the question as to why the city, without an RFQ, can be negotiating with an entity to the point of discussing price and terms of purchasing property when the opportunity has not been made available to the general public. I would like to have this opportunity, should I choose to pursue it. So again, I'm a member of this community. I have invested my time and my money, and I'm being excluded from the opportunity. So please consider your past history of violations and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just one tiny comment. I think this discussion is whether or not the dialysis facility could stay in place unless they have soft water for the dialysis. Is that correct?
We've actually already closed that commentary and have moved on to final comments for the evening.
Okay. Is there any way that a private business can provide soft water for the dialysis facility so that we don't lose it? If we are going to have new businesses come into your industrial park or your business park, could that be one of the groups that could establish at that new park for businesses to provide soft water, especially for the dialysis that might meet the requirements? It's just a wild idea, but it would not involve the city being responsible for providing this soft water for the dialysis, which might be much more expensive and it could provide another business in our new business park. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close oral communications and begin with council requests, comments, and meeting reports. Councilmember Vega.
I have a council request referring to the cannabis businesses, asking city staff to come back with a report on the status of moving forward with approvals for these businesses and what the status is of these applicants in general, to find out why their investment could possibly turn into bankruptcy. That's number one. I have one there.
Second that.
I'll third it.
Okay, cool. And I have one more. Down payment assistance program for housing. I understand we're shorthanded on staff in the community development / economic development department, but I think I'd like to bring this item back to council, because I think that it's time to bring in a third party to help facilitate and move this forward, so that we do not lose the CDBG money that's available and the impact money that's available that could assist people in purchasing homes right now. So I think that it was a great program. So I'd like to bring that back and bring staff back and have it be brought back by staff, so we can get some recommendations how we can move forward with a third party to facilitate that program so we don't lose it.
Which program was that?
Down payment assistance program.
Mayor, if I may, we're down 6 people in that area right now, so I don't even have a person there to work on this part yet. We're trying to hire some people there. I'm also trying to find, there is a nonprofit down in Ventura that I was looking at when I was down that way, to maybe see if they'll come up this way and take over that project. But again, I don't have...
Yeah, we had people self-help before, so anybody else that can facilitate the housing aspect of it, just take it away from the city. City thought they could facilitate it, and obviously, yes, you've lost some staff members, but the money's there. So if we could just find a third party to facilitate it, the city doesn't really have to do very much except write the checks.
If I may, the allocation that was provided for the program has been used up. So yes, there is money in the housing trust fund, but that's not been allocated to the program.
Okay.
The program, if they have staffing to do that, but the funding is not there right now.
So why don't maybe I change my council request to say let's reference our funding mechanism to make sure we can reload the funding mechanism for that program, so that when we do have the ability to facilitate that program, I think that'd be better. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I'd like to make a comment real quick. I know there's a couple of $1 million that was not allocated. It's in the fund, but we, only allocated a predetermined amount, because I think we were looking at 40 loans or something at that time. So I mean,
at this point, you're turning it into a discussion, and
well, I'm just going to make sure that we all are on the same page with this.
If you would like to be on the same page, you need to second and third his request. So
Good, I'm going to make a motion, we extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Thank you. I will second that.
Third.
All right. Oh, yes, let's vote on that. Passes 5-0. Okay. So back to the issue at hand is council member's request has been made, and to have a discussion, we need a second and a third to agendize it. So I saw a second. Do I have a third on council member Vega's request?
You want discussion and action, though, right?
Yes, discussion and action.
Yeah, I'll third it.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
That was, just to clarify, that was what was the last one? I was trying to make sure I have it right.
We want to bring back the discussion on refunding the down payment assistance program and having discussion and action. And that's it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cordova.
This week I attended the Econ Alliance in regards to the high-speed internet advancement that the county is trying to move forward on. And so that was just a lot of information for me to personally look at and be able to kind of see what the opportunities are for the city of Lompoc and how we can better improve that. We know that we are the main corridor for fiber, and so taking advantage of some of that would be great for our community, but there's a lot of work to be done there, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
I attended the sub-regional SBCAG meeting representing the city of Lompoc. I also had I don't know if we had to rise to the level of request, but if I need to, I'll ask for it. But if you could put together a letter, maybe you could analyze a little bit with your staff the complexities that are happening with the cannabis applications, with the cannabis process that's going over there. There seems to be some bottlenecks, seems to be some confusion with the applicants, from what I'm gathering. And if you could maybe put together with some assistant type letter that's like, so I guess they apply at one side over here, and then when it goes over to this side over here, some of the times they're making a change from here to here, and they can't make those changes, which causes it to go back further over. So maybe you could do an analysis and see if you can give them a help yourself type of letter.
So when they turn it in, it goes to this person to review the first part, and then you're saying there's a disconnect?
Yeah, when they're going to the TI component, I guess, without getting a level of discussion, if you filter with the staff and maybe you could get something that would help them. They gave me some of the ideas that were going on, and it might make it easier for the people to understand. There's other bumps I'm sure that are out there, but I know we have 26, 28 businesses that are trying to get open. I mean, so maybe you could formulate something. I don't know do I need 2 other people to go along with that, or is that something you could?
You're free to unilaterally make a request to the city manager, and he can decide whether he wants to write that letter.
There's my unilateral request. I don't know if I need more.
I think I got it.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
I have no reports.
Thank you. I attended the CAC board meeting as the city's representative, along with the city manager and Councilmember Cordova. We attended the joint chamber luncheon on the state of the wing for Vandenberg Air Force Base. The city manager and I attended the League of City Councils channel dinner, and good discussions there about regional issues that we're trying to work together on to address. I was asked and participated in the Vandenberg Air Force Base Visionary Women Luncheon regarding representing our community and the difficulties as women in modern world, and then had the host of Leadership Lompoc Valley's Government Day here on Friday, where they toured the facility and then had a Q&A session with the city manager and myself. I want to remind the community about Empty Bowls, which is tomorrow from 11 to 2 at the Dewey City Center, supporting the food bank. Tickets are available online for 1 more hour, but you can get them also at the door tomorrow. And that Saturday is the Lompoc Firefighters Hoedown fundraiser for the Fire Foundation, and you can get those tickets online from the Lompoc Firefighter Foundation, or stop by the box shop and buy tickets for those. So no additional comments or requests, and we will adjourn the Lompoc City Council meeting to a regular meeting at 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, April 2nd.